it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink and listen. Hoarding refers to the excessive acquisition and persistent difficulty in discarding or parting with possessions, regardless of their actual value. While it's natural for individuals to accumulate belongings over time, hoarding becomes a problem when it reaches extreme levels and starts interfering with daily life. There are a number of dangers associated with hoarding. Cluttered rooms with excessive amounts of flammable materials such as papers, fabrics, or chemicals are at a higher risk of fire. Blocked exits, overcrowded spaces, and malfunctioning electrical systems due to hoarding can further exacerbate the fire hazard. The excessive weight of hoarded items can strain the structural integrity of a building, causing damage to floors, walls, ceilings, and other parts of the building. Over time, this can lead to structural instability, making the living space unsafe. Hoarded materials can accumulate dust, mold, and other allergens, leading to poor air quality. Breathing in these pollutants over an extended period can cause or exacerbate respiratory problems and allergies. And of course, hoarding can lead to unsanitary living conditions, making it difficult to clean, organize, or maintain a safe environment. Accumulated items can create fire hazards, increase the risk of falls and injuries, and impede emergency exits. Piles of belongings may also attract pests, such as rodents and insects, which can pose health risks. And then, of course, there are hidden dangers that we never even think of, as we'll see in tonight's story. The Spores by Mammoth Weight 3544. I brought the truck to a stop and surveyed the property. A terraced house in an unsurprisingly poor state of repair. Green moss buried the roof, and damp leaf mold overflowed from the gutters. The flaking exterior brickwork was the same pallid grey as the overcast November sky. Litter speckled the cracked masonry of the front yard. The desolate, dilapidated view echoed the hundreds that had collected in my memory over the course of my time on the job. I'd generally only see a building I'd been assigned to in its most degraded, uninhabitable state. Let me smoke a cig before we get started, Henry, my partner and old friend, said. He wiped the grease of a McDonald's breakfast on his overalls. This is going to be a long one. Drugs, Dan? I asked. Nah, order. So you don't bother reading the notes anymore. Well, skimming is a type of reading. We got out of the truck. Henry smoked a cigarette while I checked my phone. My girlfriend Melinda had messaged to ask if I could cook a pasta bake that night. I replied that I wasn't sure yet, and wasn't sure what time I'd finished work. I'd cleared out a number of dwellings occupied, or recently occupied, by compulsive hoarders in the past. Surprises were to be expected. I was almost looking forward to seeing what was in there, though my back and elbows already twinged in anticipation. How's Connor getting on at school now? I asked. Still struggling, Henry said. He's not an academic like Kerry is. Well, that's boys for you. I don't know. I think it's more than that. I mean, he really tries. Not like me in school, I just didn't care. He actually wants to do well. Me and Jill are taking him to see if there's anything to diagnose him with. And there might be help and support he can get. He's just not really happy as he is, and the school haven't got the resources to give him extra help for now. It's upsetting. Well, if he ever needs cheering up, I'll take him for a kick around on the field or to the arcade. His old uncle's always here for him. Look, I'm serious, any time. It's close as I'll come to having any myself. Once Henry had flicked the nub of his cigarette away, we entered the house. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the air congealed into the stale, choking thickness that I associated with places like this. The chaotic fragrances of a lifetime of assorted junk, decomposing in the claustrophobic space into which it had been jammed, wafted over my nose in waves. The front hallway floor was barely visible beneath leaning stacks of shoes, newspapers, boxes, waterproof coats, lampshades, fishing equipment, and various other nonsense that the former occupant had collected. Damp mottled the sparse patches of wall that were visible. Dust and cobwebs clung almost ubiquitously to the clutter. Henry and I both donned face masks and work gloves as we proceeded into the depths of the house. The place had leptospirosis written all over it. I felt the same poignant ache for this anonymous person as I had for several other similar hoarders whose homes I'd voided. No matter how many hours I spent working in such conditions, I simply couldn't imagine living in them. Whomever had hoarded all of this must have existed almost entirely within the tiny gaps that wound between the precarious slopes of rubbish through which Henry and I awkwardly maneuvered as we inspected the house. As we explored the rest of the property, I reached the conclusion that we wouldn't be able to complete the work that day. The living room was dedicated mostly to electronics and ornaments, with a couple of guitars and shelves worth of DVDs thrown in. The kitchen table and work surfaces groaned beneath the weight of takeout packaging, and I could all but taste the grease and salt on the air. The upstairs bedroom and bathroom appeared barely usable, submerged as they were under the clothes of every style and size imaginable, as well as toys, ornaments, magazines, photo albums, camping gear, and more that we couldn't identify. The back garden was, mercifully, not on our list of things to sort out. An entire skip would be filled just with the gigantic tangle of weeds by which it was inhabited. That would be a problem for a different contractor. I climbed back into the truck and deposited the first skip onto the front yard, as close to the front door as was possible. "We'll be here again tomorrow by the looks," I said, as we began carrying items from the front hallway out to the skip. "Whoever lived here has passed away, right, Henry?" "Well, about that," Henry said as he deposited a child's tricycle into the skip. "I heard he, disappeared, vanished from the system. I was talking to Rob from the council last night. He said some fella had been living here since he was a kid. Inherited it from his mother. Barely ever left the house and stopped leaving entirely the last few years, what with online shopping and what have you. And one day there wasn't enough money in the account that was paying the council tax or whatever. Benefits had been frozen for one reason or another, then payments carried on going out until there was nothing left. Someone got sent round here to serve some papers and got no reply. Eventually, someone let themselves in, looked round as best they could, realized there was no one home. No reply to emails, phone calls, nothing. No hide nor hair of him. Unless he's buried somewhere in all that, of course. Well, I'll eat my own fingers if anyone actually checked, well, properly or for more than 5 minutes. So, basically, no one would even know how long he's missing for. Pretty much. Sounds about right. Not so much as a welfare check for years by the looks. Well, chap was a hermit and a hoarder. There weren't any signs to pick up on. No family or colleagues or anything. I'm glad he wasn't an animal lover on top of that. Yeah, for real. A horde of cats would have topped this place right off and made it a hall of famer. We worked for close to 7 hours, with a break halfway through to eat some sandwiches and smoke a cigarette. We used hammers and screwdrivers to disassemble wardrobes, tables, and other furniture. 2 of the skips were piled as high as they could safely be. Henry had found a couple of video games and a plastic harmonica that he planned on giving to his children, and I'd picked up a dusty but unopened bottle of wine that I thought Melinda might appreciate. It's far from the worst place I'd ever emptied, given how little organic waste was in the property. I've been to places with decomposing animal carcasses on more than one occasion. This occupant had seemingly lived off takeaways and hadn't even had anything in the fridge at the time the electricity was shut off. "Well, that'll do for today," I said. "Were you taking these to the dump?" Henry asked, gesturing at the 2 full skips. "Nah, we can sort that out tomorrow, first thing. Oh, my back's killing me right now. I'd appreciate more heads up on jobs like this." Oh, Rob did specify severe hoarder. Remember when we talked to him on the phone the other day? Yeah, you were there. He reckoned to be a 2-day minimum. Well, that's what I pay you for, isn't it? Paying attention to Rob isn't my thing. Driving the truck is my thing. Paperwork and phone calls are all Henry things. That's official. I locked the door. Then we climbed lethargically back into the truck and drove away through the gathering gloom of the evening. Henry pulled an energy drink out of his bag and drank it as we went home. "Going swimming with the kids again, are you?" I asked. "I'll see if they want to do that," Henry said. "Or play Monopoly or something. I just know I won't be relaxing for a few hours yet." "Well, it's tough all round. I got a creepypasta bake as soon as I get back. It's a lot of work." "Oh, how do you cope?" The following day went on more or less the same at first. We emptied the 2 full skips at a local waste management facility, then dropped them back in front of the property and resumed work. The hoard slowly depleted. To save skip space, we left an array of metal and electronics in the front yard next to the pavement for a scrap dealer to scavenge up. We'd taken such items to the recycling plant ourselves up until recently. Then the money paid for iron and copper had dipped, and we were no longer considering it worth our time and effort. As we combed through the items in the bedroom, I started to catch photographic glimpses of what I presumed to be the former occupant of the house. A round-faced, blue-eyed individual with curly hair showed up in the photos during his early childhood, through his teenage years into adulthood. Aside from some wide fluctuations in his body weight, nothing in the photo suggested anything amiss with his life. He stood and smiled with his parents, cousins, grandparents, and classmates. There was no evidence of him ever having a romantic partner, moving out, going to university, or having a job. I checked the back of a childhood photo that showed the boy seated in front of an elaborate birthday cake, in the instant before he attempted to blow out the candle. Terence, 6th birthday, was written in biro on the bottom left corner. I reluctantly threw it into the skip with the rest. Finally, the house had been emptied. The walls were bare and the floor uncovered. The lives that had transpired between those walls had been exorcised, and the space transformed into a cold, austere set of rooms. Paint peeled from the mold-ridden walls, and the discolored carpets were frayed to within an inch of their life in spots. The place would need to be thoroughly cleansed and extensively renovated before anyone else could live in it. I was checking my phone in the kitchen when Henry called me from the garden. I went out to find him surveying a large, white chest freezer that lay on its side amongst the thicket. It looked like the one Melinda and I kept in our utility room and used to store about a year's worth of meat, ready meals, and ice cream. "Oh, I need to get this out," Henry said, tapping the lid with his foot. "I just tested it. Oh, it weighs an absolute ton." "Well, let's see if we can empty it," I said. "Hopefully there's nothing biohazardous inside it. I won't get my hopes up, though." "Oh, we need to flip it over. Can't open it like this." "Okay. Then as soon as this is in the skip, we can knock it on the head." We both crouched with our shoulders braced against the freezer and pushed. It rolled over silently, forcing the amassed greenery out of the way and exploding a patch of bare soil. "Ready for one last surprise from old Terry?" I said, pulling my gloves back on. This was the moment upon which everything pivoted. As I replay my actions through recollection, I can't help but unleash a futile, internal scream. God, I would give anything, endure anything, to be able to reach out and halt myself as I moved to open that freezer. I brushed wood lice and snails from the edges of the freezer lid, then lifted it open. Part 2. The thing inside the freezer defied explanation. It took several long moments of staring to decide whether it could more accurately be described as a thing or stuff. First, it appeared to be one giant mass of purple, white, and blue fungoid matter that strained to grow out of the freezer and into the outside air. The round bulbs, thin stalks, and papery frills into which the fungal flesh had shaped itself oozed a black, viscous liquid and emitted a smell that was so unique in its foulness that my stomach convulsed as soon as it touched my nostrils. "Holy God," Henry breathed. The thing in the freezer reached out at us, revealing that it had arms with which to reach, and that it was indeed a thing after all. Something that resembled a head and bore the lingering vestiges of what might once have been a face rose to follow the arms. An orifice bloomed open in the misshapen facial flesh and revealed a black tongue that sprouted dozens of small, dark globules. The thing let out a long, low moan that conveyed nothing to me except unimaginable pain. "What is it?" Henry whimpered. "What do we do?" I didn't answer. I was mesmerized by the thing. I stared dumbfounded at it, even as the arms flailed ever closer to me as it fought to climb out of the freezer. Then one of the hands clamped onto my left forearm. I shrieked in terror and struck wildly at the face with my free hand. The fingers felt cold and disgustingly soft. "Get it off!" I screamed. Henry kicked the thing hard over and over again, but it stayed fastened to me. He gripped the lid and slammed it down with all his strength several times. The thing was soft and yielding, like rotten fruit. Wherever he struck it, the multicolored flesh flattened with a disgusting squelch, and the black liquid spurted out in snot-like bursts. Henry picked up a rock from by his feet and slammed it into its face. The head collapsed in on itself beneath the blow, and the thing momentarily slipped back into the freezer and relaxed its grip on me. We both pulled the lid down and flung our body weights on top of it. One arm was caught in the lid. The mushy flesh parted and the hands dropped to the floor limply. It lay there, twitching and wriggling. "God, keep it shut," I said. Henry stayed leaning on the freezer while I ran through the house to the front yard. I grabbed a TV and carried it back through and dropped it on top of the freezer. I did this twice more until I was sure there was enough weight in place to keep the lid shut and the thing confined. I got a bin liner and carefully wrapped up the severed hand. We stood there panting and soaked in sweat, our minds scoured empty by the strain of shock that comes only from encountering an unprecedented degradation in the order of nature. My arm was smeared with the dark fluid. It felt cold, and my skin tingled painfully beneath it. I pulled myself out of the shocked stupor that had settled over me and ran to the kitchen sink. I ran water over my arm until the fluid was gone. I then found a sparse selection of cleaning things in the cupboard beneath the sink. I took a bottle of bleach and emptied it over the skin, and then returned to the garden. "What are we supposed to do now?" Henry asked. "Well, I want to burn it," I said. "Well, shouldn't we call someone?" "Whose job would this be?" "Health and safety executive, maybe. Surely we should just call the council. They'll sort it all out." "No. I want to burn this thing. It's wrong and it's evil." "Mate, I think it was a person. It must have some sort of infection." "Well, I'm not even going to think about that. It's dangerous, whatever it is." I held up my left arm. Bruises smudged my skin where the fingers had gripped it. "I'm going to burn it. If you don't want to help, then I won't force you to. I know something that shouldn't exist when I see it." Henry pondered for a moment and then sighed. "How are we going to do this?" he asked. I gestured at the foliage that surrounded the freezer. "Right, let's cut this back." We carried a pair of shears and an electric saw in the truck, amongst other tools. We used these to partially clear a circle of ground around the freezer to prevent the flames from spreading. We then piled the garden waste on top of the freezer and the televisions that weighed down the lid. Henry stayed to guard it and add some wood and cardboard to the pyre while I drove to a petrol station and filled up a large water bottle with petrol. Once back, I poured it over everything. The tang of the petrol filled the air. The freezer remained silent, as if the occupant had returned to a state of dormancy once it had been sealed away again. Henry passed me his lighter, wordlessly deferring the final decision to me. Well, that was fair enough, since I'd insisted so vehemently on this course of action. I flicked the lighter on and touched it to a stem of grass kindling. fire blossomed amongst the stacked debris like wind-lashed flowers the color of sunset. In a matter of seconds, it had encapsulated the entire pile. The bin bag that contained the hand was writhing and twitching on the ground. I picked it up and threw it into the blaze. Then Henry and I stood and watched dumbly as waves of heat radiated over us, our ears filled with a chorus of roars and crackles. I was standing close enough that it felt painful on the skin of my face, but I failed to muster the initiative to move. I felt disconnected from my body and drained of all energy and motivation to do anything besides watch the flames. After a couple of hours, the fire began to die down. We shook off the lethargy that had gripped us and fed the fire with wooden panels and cardboard for another hour. The sky dimmed in tandem with the flames. The fire shrunk to a few glowing embers, then to nothing. Then all that remained was the blackened, melted husk of the chest freeze. The hideous fungal being had been incinerated to the point of melding with its prison. Henry and I locked up the house and got back into the truck. Hey, let's take tomorrow off, I said. Okay, Henry replied. I drove off. The skips, which still needed emptying, were forgotten. The reek of burned plastic and metal clogged our nostrils. Henry's face was pallid, his eyes downcast. I drove him back to his home in silence. Oh, nice of you to drop by, Melinda said as I entered our house. Your phone stopped working or something? No, sorry, I mumbled. Just got carried away at work. Hey, what's the matter? Melinda could always tell if I hadn't had a good day. Nothing. Just saw some bad stuff today. Well, that had happened before. I didn't feel the need to go into detail, nor did Melinda insist on it. So, how was your work? I asked. The same old, different day. Had a client hit me in the face by accident while we were having a seizure. Can you tell? Near my left eyebrow. No, you look fine. God, I've phoned you about 20 times. I was hoping you'd pick up some milk on the way home. Oh, sorry, have you eaten? No, I was waiting on you. God, I'm bloody starving. Hey, should we order takeaway? Yeah, but can you, get in the shower now? You absolutely stink. I love you, but you're disgusting at the moment. Okay. Shall I get you an aspirin and a drink for when you get out? You look like you do when you've got one of your migraines coming on. Yeah, please. Shall I order the usual from the Chinese? Yeah, sure. I couldn't stomach much food. I pushed it around my plate and nibbled it occasionally, while Melinda talked about her day, about what her friends had been up to, about how we might be able to afford a holiday this year. Well, I nodded and murmured as and when required. Hearing her talk about going on holiday nudged me back towards reality and other worldly concerns. Images of the fungal creature had been imposing themselves on my thoughts, along with the occasional flash of the young, happy face from the photograph of Terence's 6th birthday. Now my mind was pulled, like metal to a magnet, to thoughts and worries about money. It occurred to me that for the sake of my reputation as a punctual, conscientious contractor, I couldn't afford to cancel the work that was lined up for the following day. That being the case, I really needed to empty the 2 full skips that we left in front of the house. I'd have to pick them up and get them emptied first thing in the morning. A day off was an absurd idea. I talked to Henry in the morning. If he didn't feel up for work, then I'd do it alone. All the while, I could only hope and pray that no one reported the fire, illegal as it had no doubt been. We'd been lucky not to have the police and fire brigade called on us while it had been in progress. These were the thoughts tumbling over each other in my head while Melinda and I went to bed. She set her alarms at 5 a.m. as she had an early shift and dropped off to sleep almost instantly. I lay awake, cradling my bruised forearm. It had started to throb with pain. The skin felt hot to the touch. I phased in and out of consciousness, shivering and sweating intermittently. I tumbled like a wind-borne flake of ash into an endless, pulsating murk. The meaning of time disintegrated, leaving me stranded upon a sea of interminable black, a tortuous limbo between wakefulness and true oblivion. Part 3. Melinda was gone when I woke up. Sunlight crept in from behind the curtains. Something felt wrong as soon as I was awake enough to feel anything. I cast the sweat-drenched covers off of me, then screamed in terror and disgust. I frantically tugged open the bedroom curtains and looked at what had become of my left arm. Below the elbow, my limb was swollen to almost twice its normal size and warped itself into a shape only vaguely recognizable. Bloated fingers were almost impossible to distinguish. Lumps and tendrils had erupted from the skin. The whole thing was a swirling blend of blues, greens, and purples, dotted with white. It felt like a dead weight pulling down on my shoulder, a cold, porous lump of alien material. I hyperventilated, then vomited onto my feet, then hyperventilated some more. After that, there was no hesitation. I had to amputate my arm and then cauterize it. No other idea presented itself to me. I concluded, without a second of consideration, this was not a problem to bring to a normal hospital, nor one that would safely wait for the time it would take to reach one. I staggered out to the garden shed and fished out my electric hedge trimmer. Then I turned on the hob in the kitchen to its maximum temperature, placed a saucepan on top of it, plugged the hedge trimmer into an extension cord so that I could use it in the bathroom, and knelt with my elbow resting on the edge of the bath, switched on the trimmer. My heart spasmed at the harsh whine it emitted. Without allowing myself any time to lose courage, I brought the whirring blades down on my elbow joint, just above where the infection appeared to have advanced. My shriek drowned out the sound of the trimmer immediately. Blood exploded out over the bathroom in a crimson mist. My right hand began to tremble, then betrayed me entirely and allowed the trimmer to drop into the bath. I collapsed onto the bathroom floor. The infected portion of my left arm hung by a few strands of discolored fiber. I struggled back to my feet and wielded the trimmer once again, severing my left forearm entirely. The sudden blissful swill of relief and subsequent crushing weakness almost caused me to allow myself to die of exsanguination. My entire body was soaked in blood, and more continued to pump out of the mangled remains of my left elbow joint. Weak and lightheaded, I shambled into the kitchen and used the last of my strength and willpower to press the bleeding stump onto the heated saucepan. The blistering agony that resulted was enough to pull me from the briefest of moments out of the trance-like, near-death languor I'd entered. Again I screamed, this time accompanied by the crackle and hiss of my veins and arteries being sealed shut by the heated metal. Blood bubbled on the surface of the pan, and the odor of burned skin overtook the coppery tang of blood. I held up the stump to inspect the result. My eyes drooped, my vision blurred, and I swayed on my feet. As far as I could tell, blood no longer gushed from it, which seemed enough to suggest that I had a chance of surviving. This was the best that I could do for myself at the time. I passed out the very next instant. I heard it as soon as I regained consciousness, a scratching, scrambling sound from the bathroom. Might have been what woke me up. In my delirium, I tried to use my severed arm to push myself back to my feet. I cried out in pain and sprawled onto the floor once again. I clambered gingerly and awkwardly to my feet and equipped myself with the largest knife I could find. I was too weak to grip the handle without trembling. I doubted I could have wielded it to any great effect, but I crept towards the bathroom anyway, retracing the trail of blood that I'd left on the floor. A severed limb moved in the bathtub. It had sprouted several spindly black stalks that flapped and clawed like the legs of a stranded spider. The display was so grotesque that I couldn't help but stand and observe in sick fascination. For several minutes the thing flopped around ineffectually in the bathtub. Then it gained purchase on the side of the bath, managed to scuttle out onto the blood-soaked floor. Another stalk extended from the part of the central body that had once been my hand. A dripping wet sphere of pale, veined matter hung on the end of it. It wasn't until it swooped around and fixed on me that it resembled an eye. In a sudden rush of panic, I pulled the hedge trimmer out from where it had lain discarded and slammed the door shut. I slumped against the wall beside the door and slid to the floor. The occupant of the bathroom was thrashing against the door, seemingly intent on escape. I tried to decide what to do next, but my mind had gone as weak as my body. Call the police? Maybe. Or maybe that would be a disaster. What would police do when confronted with whatever this was? Infect themselves and make the problem worse? Well, I had no wish to be responsible for that. Fire seemed to have destroyed it at Terrence's house. I'd use fire again here, as soon as I had sufficiently planned such an operation. I managed to stand up again. My stump radiated pain. It seemed to throb with every beat of my heart. I got some painkillers and took them with water, then wrapped a tea towel around the stump. As I sat in my kitchen, my head in my hand, trying to organize my thoughts, my phone rang in the bedroom. It was Melinda. "Hello," I said. "What's up?" "Just checking on you. You seemed to be under the weather last night. Need any medicine picking up or anything?" No, I don't think so." "Is everything else okay? If it's not, then we can talk whenever you need. You know that, right?" "Of course, yeah. Look, listen. Something's happened." "What is it?" "I don't know. I got infected with something, I think. It happened at work. We found something in this guy's house. Something wrong. I don't know what it was. Used to be a person, probably. Maybe. I don't know. I've had to cut my arm off." "What? What are you talking about? Have you been drinking again? You promised you were going to stay off it for good. You know what happens when you drink." No. Really cut my arm off. You're not making any sense. Look, I'm coming home. I really wish you hadn't done this." She hung up before I could object. Shortly, the front door banged open. Melinda strode in, still wearing her work uniform. She looked angry and impassioned for the couple of seconds it took for her to reach the kitchen and see what I'd done to myself. Then her face drained of color and she screamed. "Oh God, we've got to get an ambulance," she cried. "What's the matter with you? What have you done?" "I told you. It was the infection." "What's that noise? Is there someone else in here?" She moved towards the hallway where the bathroom was. No, don't touch it. Stay out," I shouted, leaping up from my chair. She stood and looked at me in helpless confusion and worry. That's how I remember her now. It was a look she'd worn before, directed, as now, towards me. In the hallway, the bathroom door opened with a crack followed by a bang. The thing must have thrashed against the door handle long enough and hard enough to break it. Melinda stood directly in its path. She never stood a chance. It moved like blackened lightning, tearing through the house on its segmented, filament-like legs. Melinda had barely turned towards the noise when it was upon her. A short, strangled scream of surprise was all she had time for. It scrambled up her body and wrapped its legs around her head and torso. She tumbled to the floor, her arms and legs flailing. The thing's legs, suddenly flowing and jointless, wrapped around her neck and arms like snakes. She contracted until a series of sharp snaps signaled the breaking of Melinda's elbow joints and neck. Then 4 more of the limbs inserted themselves into her ears, nose, and mouth, sliding in impossibly far. Blood flowed in rivulets from each of those orifices to mingle with the profusely leaking black liquid, and her eyes rolled upwards until they were pure white. The thing's body pressed against the back of her head and shoulders and began to fuse with her. Despite her broken spine, her back arched and she emitted a hoarse, gurgling groan. I have no recollection of what I did as I watched this happen. Probably just stared, mute and useless. It was all too fast to even begin to interfere with. I don't think I reacted at all until a distorted, misshapen version of Melinda stood up and started to advance towards me. It moved slowly and uncertainly, as if getting used to the unfamiliar bipedal form. It brandished the two broken arms at me like a giant, deformed mantis. The eye on the end of its stalk orbited Melinda's head, his gaze fixed on me. I turned and fled the house. I ran blindly for a while. I wore only the pajama trousers in which I'd gone to bed, and copious dry blood from the amputation. I passed by several people. No one attempted to stop me or to talk. I probably looked too deranged to help. Well, I wouldn't have helped me either. I made my way, without conscious decision, to Henry's house. There was no answer at the door. I went to the window, already knowing what I would see. The whole family were gathered in the living room. Henry, his wife Jill, and their two young children, Connor and Kerry. I could only just make out their individual bodies and faces from the huge, shifting mass of amorphous fungoid matter into which they'd been enveloped. It writhed and pulsated before me. The ceiling light was still on to illuminate the entire vile scene. I could even make out a family photo that hung on the wall directly behind the hideous explosion of mingled human and inhuman cells that the family had become. A formerly humanoid hand reached out towards the window, heralding movement of the greater mass in pursuit of another host. So, I fled once again. A few minutes ago, my suspicion was confirmed. I checked with my phone's camera. A small patch of dark purple has sprung up near the corner of my left eye, and another one next to my nose. I can feel some more on the back of my neck. I've made a record of what happened. I don't feel I owe anyone anything more. I certainly won't be around to find out who, if anyone, gets a hold of this record. I'm back at Terrence's house now, and I brought plenty of flammable stuff in from the skips and piled it up in the top bedroom. Fire is the only reliable way out. It's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink and listen. Sometimes the worst decisions are those that seem harmless. Oh yeah, this is a little intro to the story, by the way. Well, after losing his job and feeling like his life is falling apart, Derek unexpectedly runs into an old friend he hasn't seen in years. What begins as a chance reunion soon leads him down a lonely back road, deep into the countryside, and toward a forgotten house hidden among the trees. Liking the sound of this yet? Well, at first it seems like nothing more than an abandoned building, a place to explore, a place to escape. But as darkness falls and a storm rolls in, strange things begin to happen. Are you ready? The abandoned home. A mystery. We all love it, one way or another. A nagging curiosity to find the truth drives people to do things they otherwise wouldn't. All reasonable senses are overthrown for some meaningless clarity. Well, mystery took everything from me. I just had a dream. It wasn't long. I returned to my waking nightmare. My eyes opened to streams of light peeking under the blinds. My familiar blue walls and old posters stared back at me, untouched ever since early childhood. My gaze drifted through the piles of disorganized college notebooks and papers from the recently ended semester toward my nightstand. The numbers on the digital clock read 9:45, July 8th, 2012. I stopped to process the astounding idea that it was already July, since summer felt like it had just begun, and I'd wasted it. My stupor was cut short as the clock's obnoxious alarm faded in. realization hit me. I was late for work again. My body kicked into gear and thoughtlessly rushed me out of the door and towards the bathroom. The hallway windows shone like lasers into my pupils as I adjusted to the jarring change in lighting. Once I stepped into the washroom, my reflection revealed a man nearly unrecognizable to me. I rubbed my hands through sporadic facial whiskers up to the unkempt mane that I called a hairstyle. A concerning amount of dandruff rained down as I attempted to quickly tidy up what I could upon my head. From there, I grabbed my toothbrush and inspected the disheveled bristles. At that moment, I made a promise in my head to finally start taking care of myself once I came home from work. Well, I had made that promise a countless number of times by now. Several abrupt thuds erupted from the bathroom door, where my mother's voice spoke. "Derek, are you ever going to clean that disaster of a room you have there?" Whatever. This response was not uncommon in our family. "I'll start on it after work today, okay?" She was quick to strike back at me. "Yeah, the same job you've been consistently late to. Look, you're better than this and you know it." Oh, she was right. Since the latest semester had begun, I'd become a shell of my former self. My grades were slipping and I barely passed my exams, not without dropping the classes required to major in business, something I'd wanted to pursue since I was a child. I had to transfer to a community college. My grades had become insufficient for Indiana State University. I had no idea where I was headed and made little effort to change. Likely today would be the last day I worked stocking the shelves of the rundown supply store. I'd be no more than some loser still living with his parents despite being spoon-fed a multitude of opportunities. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll be better." "You should have been better 6 months ago, Derek. What you say means nothing." Mother's words drilled a pit within my soul, but I said nothing in response. After a piercing silence, she eventually strode off and towards the stairway. I made my way down to the first floor. My father was sitting on his usual chair in the living room. "It's going to rain tonight. Get back soon today," he said, peering up from the newspaper in his hands. The article he was reading was titled something about a kid lighting a house on fire. "Yeah, all right, Dad. See ya." I spoke without much thought. The car ride to work was arduous. I feared that the worst would happen. I feared that once I reached the store, my manager would be waiting just beyond the entrance to let me go after this last shift. Believe me when I said that the worst came. The final hours of my job were grueling. Most of my time consisted of me deciding what to say to Mother once I imminently returned home. Nothing sounded right in my head. Didn't have enough time to process the fact that all my chances at a successful future had just finally dried up. Well, that thought was reserved for a later time. Once I'd left the supply store for good, all that was left between me and my grueling fate was the drive back home. Now, at this point, I hadn't fully grasped the idea that I had lost my only chance to redeem myself. I'd have to admit to my parents that I had nothing to show for myself. I was truly a nobody that threw his life away without any apparent reason. I started sobbing like a needy toddler, the condensation in my eyes partially blocking my view of the ever-approaching road. I stopped caring. So what if I died? Who'd even care? I sniffled wildly and wiped my tears. In the distance, I spotted an intersection up ahead and peered up at a stoplight as it clicked from green to yellow. Abruptly, I slowed down and stared toward the passing cars to my left. God, all those people with their lives all figured out. None of them knew that I even existed. Something I thought I saw made me rub my streaming eyes over and over again instinctively. In a black Nissan, there was a young man that closely resembled an old friend I'd once had. My vision finally cleared up and my suspicions had been confirmed. Yeah, the figure was my old pal, Johnny. His short blonde hair and oddly proportioned eyebrows couldn't be mistaken for any other person on Earth. It had been since junior year of high school the last I saw him. We used to do what any adventurous, naive teenage boys would do, or so I thought at the time. We'd wander in the woods late into the night and trespass into abandoned property. We pulled this off for quite a while until my father eventually caught on and made sure we never spoke to each other ever again. You'd follow him into both of your deaths, he'd say. God, it had been such a long time since I'd seen him. At this point, I nearly erased him from my memory. I felt that at any moment Johnny would meet my gaze. He appeared determined, as if he was going into an exam or something. Johnny moved his head to his side and began speaking to someone. I hadn't even noticed the passenger in his car. It was a brown-haired woman with dyed blonde streaks. She was wearing abnormally large sunglasses that acted as a mask on her face, preventing me from being able to tell if I recognized her or not. I wondered if Johnny had found a girlfriend, although doubt began to settle in as I thought more about my past experiences with him. Now, Johnny was very abnormal, and from what I could tell, this woman may have been out of his league. Johnny looked at her as he spoke, but she seemed to ignore his gaze and periodically checked her phone. My mind wandered to thoughts of where Johnny lived now, and what occurred during my long period of absence from his life. I had no clue of what his choice of career could have been, since he never was good at anything truly substantial, well, as far as I knew. And then, a sudden sound boomed. The car behind me honked its horn, thrusting me back into reality as quickly as it escaped my mind. Johnny had already long driven past me. Without a moment of consideration, I turned right in order to follow behind him. I drove 15 above the speed limit in an attempt to catch up with him. My critical thinking skills slowly came to me, and I wasn't sure why I decided to start heading in the opposite direction of my actual destination, simply to tail a loser kid that I hadn't seen in over half a decade. Well, it was another terrible decision that I needed to undo. I saw the trunk of his car once more, and I decided to slow down. As time passed, I searched more and more closely for a place to turn around and head back towards the correct direction. The only issue was that the road I drove on became thin and unkempt. The potholes grew unavoidable, and I was concerned that I'd end up driving somewhere I shouldn't be. Trees enveloped my surroundings, and soon enough I was transported to another world, one with nothing else but silence and desolation. I was shocked at how quick the transition was. I couldn't have turned right any longer than 5 minutes ago. My fear slowly withered away, and I grew calmer with the idea that I was escaping my predestination of massively and understandably furious parents. Oh, I could see them glaring at me and shaking their heads. I was a disappointment. Well, meeting Johnny might have been the thing I needed to push through the inevitable. My curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to know what he was up to, and thought that it wouldn't take too long. I never accounted for the possibility that Johnny was simply going for a drive, or maybe it just wasn't a good time to speak to him. Oh, nothing else mattered at that moment of desperation. I knew not a bit of good would come whenever I did eventually return home. Well, barely a few more minutes had passed when Johnny's brake lights flashed on. He was stopping in the middle of nowhere. The only thing around his car was the tall, dry grasses beside the road. I slowed to a stop and put the car in park just as he opened the door and took a step onto the cracks that riddled the street. He was wearing jeans and a light orange shirt. I quickly leapt from my car seat and made myself apparent. "Hey man, it's me, Derek. Remember?" For a second, Johnny's face held an expression of concern and confusion, but the memory of his old friend slowly formed the silly grin that I once knew and loved. Oh Christ, that was the last person I expected to see come out of that shit car. His voice was deeper and richer than I remembered it being. "How is my old pal?" "I'm a shambles. You?" "Well, the exact opposite, matter of fact." The woman in the passenger seat was now glaring at me through the back window of the car, her identity hidden by those dim sunglasses of hers. Who you got in there, Johnny?" I asked him, smiling. Johnny's grin faded into a serious stare. Realizing the sudden silence, Johnny attempted to lighten the mood. Sorry. He broke into a weak chuckle. That's Lizzie. Thought it'd be fun to take her here for a date. It was clear that she was completely disinterested in whatever Johnny was planning. If I hadn't arrived, I wonder how the day would have played out for them. Well, it doesn't matter much now. It would have ended the same way. Our conversation continued for a little while. Johnny seemed a little different, yet it was obvious that that was only a product of time. We caught up while his bored date sat in the car, no doubt trying to text her friends about the lousy day she was having. Both of us knew that, well, we didn't care. Imagine if your best friend that you hadn't seen in over 7 years randomly stopped behind you. Oh, we could have talked for hours. Hey, any reception out here? I might have to call my parents, I admitted. He reached into his pocket and took out a handheld phone. He flipped it open, stretching out his arms as if searching for a connection. Nope, nothing. Sorry, man. Hey, how are you going to get in touch with them? I scratched my back. It's okay. I shouldn't be out here for too long anyway. I began to chuckle then. I'll come up with an excuse sometime later. And we both laughed briefly. All right. Well, I think it's time we actually show this girl around. Johnny got up from leaning on the trunk of his car and knocked on the passenger window. What? I heard a faint voice behind the glass. Let's get started. Someone won't be out here for too much longer. Is it okay if I bring a friend along with us? Johnny's voice wavered in clear embarrassment by the end of that sentence. Fine, was all she spoke before reluctantly opening the door and getting out of the car, facing the long blades of grass blowing in the breeze. Based on the resent on her face, she knew she was going to hate this trip. Oh, you know what? Maybe you could just drive me home instead. I mean, it's getting late anyway. Oh, come on, Lizzie. This won't take more than 30 minutes. I'll drive you back as soon as the clock hits 8, not a second later. Johnny's attempt to persuade her was pathetic, but she sighed and relented. Relieved, Johnny began walking forward towards the forest that surrounded us. All right, let's go. Oh, there's no cell service out here, Johnny. Please don't take too long, Lizzie moped, her hesitation audible. Oh, it won't, Johnny assured her. You'll love it, I promise you. He disappeared into the grass, leaving me and Lizzie behind. I was the next to go, and she unenthusiastically trailed behind me. What are we even doing here, Johnny? I finally thought to ask. Hey, it's right over here. You'll see. Just come on. His voice softly reverberated off the trees as we methodically trudged through into the forest, Johnny the only one with the slightest idea of what was ahead of us. I listened to the chirps of the crickets and the subtle sway of the leaves. A deep voice cut through the peaceful ambience. Here we are.
Part 2.
Johnny planted his feet on the overgrown turf and unveiled something that seemed out of place. Welcome home, guys. Looking back at us, the smirk on his face had returned. He planted his shoulder on the object. It was a disheveled mailbox, and the paint had long since peeled off, in its place a trail of vines and blisters connected by planks of wood. Lizzie stood still, unimpressed by the whole ordeal. I, on the other hand, felt a giddy excitement resurface that I hadn't felt in years. No freaking way, man. You found a house? His smile grew wider. Oh, not just any old house. Oh no, this one's special. Johnny turned and separated the tall grasses with his arms. A rustic home was lying just on the other side. Both Lizzie and I gasped simultaneously. It looked as though it had been untouched by man for several decades. The landscaping was overgrown and messy. Blinds blocked every one of the windows, swaying slowly. The wood on the doorstep was broken up by the stems of hundreds of weeds. A layer of black and brown muck covered the message on the doormat. The door itself had been left wide open, but a dark cloak muddled whatever was inside. The three of us were left standing still, gawking at this extraordinary discovery before our eyes. "How the hell?" Lizzie spoke under her breath. She took the sunglasses off her face, revealing bright green eyes that shimmered in the sunlight. They were glued onto the house. Johnny lowered his arms and pushed through the final stretch of tall grass to the stoop of the abandoned home. We followed suit shortly after, invigorated by a newfound sense of wonder and curiosity. The floorboards of the porch creaked and crackled under the sudden weight of Johnny. And it was clearly the first time someone had stepped foot in this place for many years. As I came closer, I was able to discern the full extent of decay that had eaten away at the exterior of the home. The lowering sun cast long, slender shadows, signaling that the remaining daylight was expiring. We had to see what was inside before nightfall. Johnny grabbed at his sides, taking a couple of flashlights out of his jean pockets. "Oh, I only got two. You'll have to share with Derek, Lizzie," he reasoned. "Tough luck. I'm not sharing anything," Lizzie fired back, now visibly excited to find out what lay beyond the black abyss beside the open front door. "Oh, come on now." "No, I'll be fine. Just don't roam too far ahead of me. I don't want to get lost in there with no light," I interrupted Johnny, not wanting to waste any more time arguing. I wasn't even supposed to be there with them anyways. He handed Lizzie a flashlight and stepped into the entrance. With a click, Johnny illuminated a wide beam of light into his surroundings. Dust whisked around faded wallpaper and old paintings. The torch waved around, revealing the old-fashioned furniture and appliances of the first-floor living room and kitchen. The interior of the home was a time capsule of yesteryear. A second light met the first and then faced the opposite direction as Lizzie broke away from Johnny. Letting her be, I trailed behind my old friend and made conversation for a little while. I noticed that he could remember some of our old escapades, like the time we'd broken into a barn house only to find a dozen maggot-riddled pigs dead in their pen. They were beside the body of the old farmer, only his head peeking out of a body of hay. It was one of the last times we'd hung out before my dad stepped in. "So, how'd you find this place?" I asked, while making an effort to keep up with him. "Well, a week or so ago, I was winding down after a long night of unsuccessfully lurking around the area for something to break into. I was about to accept my defeat and return home when I stumbled into this beauty." Johnny stuttered, speaking slower than he had before. "I couldn't have wasted such a discovery by myself. I had to bring someone with me." Johnny continued recounting how the rest had played out. I was simply a last-minute surprise after a week of him searching for someone to go with him. "Well, hey, three's better than two," he said. We explored the first floor of the home, waiting in an adolescent-like excitement to see something shocking or terrifying. Eventually, I met up with Lizzie and began a conversation. She was in her early 20s and fresh out of college. It was a summer vacation, and she was spending it with her grandparents. She spoke as if it was the worst thing that could have happened to her, and despite her attempts to get out of it, her parents didn't give her any other option. Bored out of her mind, Lizzie had spent the days at her grandparents' swiping on dating apps without getting any matches. That all changed the day before when Johnny's face appeared on her phone screen. She told me that his Tinder profile was unflattering, but between wasting yet another day doing nothing and going out with him, Lizzie chose the latter without so much as a second thought. She suddenly yelped. "Hey, what happened?" I asked in concern. She then pointed the light at what had spooked her. It was a single spider. She muttered under her breath, "God, I hate those things." The eight-legged creature was no larger than $0.25. It stood at the back into a tiny crevice in the ground. After examining the first floor, we decided to go down into the basement. The door to the staircase was connected to the living room, and an ominous odor caused us to lock eyes. "Whoa, it smells like someone died," Johnny remarked with a scrunched nose, strangely captivated that we might finally stumble into something freaky. "If something actually died down there, Don't we have to call the cops or something? She wondered, cringing at the stench that only seemed to worsen each second the door was open. Oh, hell no, I answered adamantly. If we see some shit like that, we get the hell out of here. Lizzie nodded slightly. Well, we ready? Well, I'm ready if you guys are, Johnny said, holding his hands to his waist. Lizzie was reluctant, but curiosity had already consumed her. We were far past the point of no return. So the three of us headed down the steps, finding an unfinished basement with rugged nails and old wires tangling in the incomplete wooden frame. And the smell worsened. Lizzie and Johnny turned off their flashlights. Enough natural light filled the room to see everything clearly, yet it was dimmer than when we'd initially entered the house. There wasn't much down there, except for some storage boxes and hanging light fixtures. A single lighter lay isolated in a corner. It was cramped, the three of us barely fitting within the space without being uncomfortably close. There was a screen door that led outside to a small concrete landing, leaves and dirt scraping the long, unclean glass. The sunset was hard to see past an abundance of trees of the surrounding forest. Clouds had started to form in the sky. It was going to rain soon. Johnny stood awkwardly, and then his demeanor changed and he broke the silence. There's nothing in here, man. We don't even have enough time to search the boxes. We'll come back later. No one argued against him, but both Lizzie and I knew that we wouldn't be coming back. We hiked up the steps and shut the door behind us. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary as we continued searching. The three of us were let down due to how normal the house had appeared, and Johnny took it the hardest, having waited an entire week to search what turned out to be spectacularly uncaptivating. Even when moving upstairs, the beds of each room were neatly made up and everything seemed moderately clean. If it wasn't for the massive accumulation of dust and the wide-open front door, we would have thought that somebody still lived there. I became concerned that we'd find the owner rotting in one of the bedrooms. Alas, nobody, except us three, were in the home. Was that it? Johnny murmured his disappointment after exploring the last bathroom in the house and, yet again, finding nothing out of the ordinary. His voice was slightly slurred, but barely noticeable. All right, it's getting dark out, guys. Let's head back, Lizzie said, just as unsatisfied with the findings as Johnny. We turned back and made our way down the screeching steps. Taking one last look, Johnny stopped for a moment and waved his flashlight around the living room and kitchen in defeat. A wormy insect wriggled around the floor, but I paid no attention. It was time to go home. I walked past Johnny and stepped through the front entrance. The moonlight was softly peeking through the tall forest trees, creating a dim glow in the darkness. It started to drizzle, tiny raindrops landing on my head and shoulders. Lizzie paced in front of me, quickly trekking through the tall grass. We brushed through and found ourselves back beside the parked cars. At that moment, I realized that Johnny wasn't following behind us. Hey, let's go, I turned and yelled, just loud enough for him to hear. There was no response, except for my own words echoing back at me. Afterwards, the peaceful ambience of the night was the only sound I could hear. Johnny, come on, I tried once more. But nothing. I shifted my gaze to Lizzie, who glared at the woods impatiently. What could he possibly be doing? She scoffed. Frustrated, I turned back and brushed through the tall grasses, stopping for a moment to pull a stray strand off my work shirt. Then I continued moving until the home met my eyes once again. The dark masked many of the house's deteriorating features. Any random passerby may have believed it was recently redone. The illusion piqued my interest, but only for a moment. Remembering the reason I'd turned back, I watched the front door to see if Johnny was still there. From where I was standing, I couldn't see anything inside the home. I started to feel a slow fury build because Johnny was still acting like he'd find something worth all the time we'd wasted exploring it. He just wouldn't give this up, would he? And I was reminded of just how much trouble I was in. If they hadn't already, my parents would surely disown the disappointment I'd become if I didn't get back right now. Reality washed over me in that moment, and I realized how truly stupid my decision to follow Johnny was. The front door held before it a black hole that I began to reconsider entering. I stepped back and thought it through. Johnny had to be playing a terrible joke on me. I should just turn around and drive home. Be that way, man. I'm leaving with or without you. My voice was silently filled with rage. I broke out into a jog back to my car, but was cut short by a dreadful scream. It had to have been Johnny. The sudden sound stole my focus, leading me to snag my ankle on a sudden incline. The shock knocked me off balance, and I tripped into the dirt with my head. Stars filled my vision, and a sharp pain shot up and down my body. The night was silent. Groaning, I forced myself to stand back up, a pulsing sting swirling around my skull. At that second, I thought the scream felt too genuine and horrified to have been manufactured by him. The very memory of the sound hurts to imagine. I scrambled to see what had happened. The front door was unmoved, welcoming me back inside. Now I had to find Johnny. Lizzie rushed behind me in a panic. What the hell was that? Her body shook as she gasped for air. I said nothing, but the shock on my face seemed an adequate enough response for her. I felt a slim stream of blood run down my forehead. I rubbed it with my hand, examining the injury. What happened to you? Are you okay? Johnny then let out a sound that didn't feel human. It was silent, and then he pleaded, Help! Lizzie's face dropped further as she fearfully looked at the front door and back at me. Johnny, we're coming, she exhaled and dashed towards the front porch. I raced behind her and jumped up the front steps. Is that really a good idea? I whispered to her while wiping my forehead and examining the blood. She abruptly stopped before entering the entrance of the home and looked back at me indecisively. A few seconds passed, and without exchanging another word, she made her decision. Lizzie stepped into the home once again, disappearing for a moment before I did the same. Her flashlight clicked on, and an orb of light frantically danced around the familiar settings in her shaking hand. Johnny was nowhere to be seen. Pitch-black darkness closed in on us as we moved deeper into the home. I could hear myself calling out for Johnny, but my mind was in a completely different place. My parents' rigid faces were all that I could see, silently judging me for all my poor decisions. But the worst one I'd made by far was stepping back inside of that home. We heard the slam of a door from a direction that neither of us could confidently discern. I should have turned back. I should have left without a word, car keys in hand. I contemplated it the entire time, but why would I leave Lizzie on her own? I knew she wouldn't budge if I notioned for her to leave with me. She wanted to know what had happened to my old friend, and admittedly, so did I. There was no going back. I moved alongside Lizzie, but something was wrong. There was something with us. I felt so vulnerable without a flashlight of my own to protect myself from whatever lay dormant in the black clouds that filled my vision, patiently waiting for the moment I lowered my guard. Lizzie's light began to wheeze, and suddenly it was gone. The yelling for Johnny ceased at once. I was alone. My breathing grew heavy. God, I was always afraid of the dark. I always knew the fear was irrational, but that there was nothing that could possibly be hiding beyond my sight to grab me when I wasn't looking yet, well, it never went away. It hid well during my outings with Johnny in high school, but it was always nagging at me. The difference then is that I had my own flashlight, my own raft of safe and precious light that protected me from enveloping darkness. A noise muddled my thoughts, then another. It was the click of a flashlight. Yet I didn't have enough time to process relief before Johnny's face was revealed to me, inches away from my own. There you are, buddy. Where'd you go? He spoke in a whisper.
Part 3.
I stuttered and then collected myself. This was Johnny, and that was his voice. It must have been a prank this entire time. Lizzie had to have been on it as well. That had to be the explanation. When I whispered back at him, "You got me good, Johnny. Now, let's get out of here, man." I tried to act cool, hide the terror riddling my voice. I had no idea why we were being so quiet. Not even 30 minutes ago, we saw for ourselves that nobody lived here. The torch was pointed at his chin, oversaturating his face with light. It hid most of his features, except for his eyes, nose, mouth, and the curly hair on his forehead. The light failed to illuminate the space around us. "Why are you leaving so soon?" He quietly spoke, not a twinge of laughter in his voice, as if what he was saying wasn't completely nonsensical and detached from the screaming of minutes ago. Then he continued, "You have to go to work tomorrow?" I stared at his face, slowly approaching mine despite me clearly backing away from him. About an hour ago, I told him that I'd been fired from my job. This made no sense to me. If he was cracking another weak joke, why wasn't he breaking out into laughter? More importantly, he hadn't even made an attempt to acknowledge the prank he'd just pulled. It was unlike Johnny, and I couldn't make any sense of it. "Hey man, fuck you." I realized that I'd unconsciously raised my voice. He processed my statement for a moment, read my body language, then broke out into an unnatural chuckle. It was sudden and loud. "You've always been hysterical, buddy," he managed to choke out, and his laugh quickly dispersed. Then, in a flash, Johnny's left eye drooped down and straightened itself. It happened so fast that I wasn't completely sure that I didn't just imagine it. There was an uneasy silence, and then he opened his mouth to talk. "Hey." The voice was hoarse and raspy. He cleared his throat and tried again. "Hey, follow me." It was Johnny again. I didn't move. "Did you hear?" He cracked again. "Hear what I said, buddy?" Johnny's voice was lower than before. His tongue slipped out of his mouth. I was petrified. There was clearly something wrong. I had a terrible sensation in my stomach that screamed for me to leave. Adrenaline started to pump through my veins. I had to get out of there right then. "Don't make me force you," Johnny growled in a voice I could no longer recognize. He briefly lowered the light, allowing me to discern more of his features. His skin sagged and his eyes looked dead. There was a mound growing in his face as if a sand dune sharply rose from a flat desert. It scurried across his face and down his chin. Well, I wasn't risking another second. I turned around and ran. I had no idea where I was going. Whatever Johnny had become clicked off the flashlight, and I could hear wet, shuffling footsteps approaching my direction. "Don't you run from me." Something snagged my knee. I toppled over and used my hands to break my fall. Quickly, I strained my teeth and pushed myself back on my feet. The unquenchable hunger in Johnny's grunts drew near. It was the most horrific noise I'd ever heard up until that point. I was sure I'd soon be dead, and yet I pushed through the inconceivable pain in my knees and searched for somewhere to go, anywhere. I had no such luck. The pattering steps stopped. It was quiet once again, and I could hear the breeze outside. Despite this, the thumping in my chest only sped up. This was the last moment of peace I would have before I died. Hopefully, it would be painless. That was all I could ask for. My legs were ready to give out. I had to slow down. Now at a walking pace, I heaved in agonizing pain and began to sob. I couldn't hear his footsteps. I had no idea where he was. The sheer terror overwhelmed me and I broke down in a panic. This was the end. I was rocking back and forth on the floor, whimpering uncontrollably. The knowledge that you were about to die was mind-boggling. It filled my soul with staggering dread. I couldn't run for my life. I couldn't even move. I couldn't even breathe. Something wet dripped onto my neck. Another click of the flashlight, then the fumble of it falling down onto the floor. It rolled beside my shivering leg, and then stopped. Another drip of fluid landed on my upper back. I opened my eyes. The ray of white light made me adjust my vision. It was pointed at the front door directly in front of me. I was so close to the outside world. Maybe I should make a move for it. Again, a drip on my back. I craned my neck to the ceiling. There was something breathing. I clasped the flashlight with hands drenched with sweat and pointed it upwards. I had to know what was up there. The light flickered rapidly and died, yet I had just enough time to see a pair of black, bloodshot eyes glaring deep through me. Below it was something unexplainable. An endless black tongue slithered unnervingly across its face, gushing with drooling saliva. I saw the silhouette of Johnny's body, stretched unfathomably from what I recognized, but it was still him. My legs propelled me toward where I saw the front door. My arms searched for the doorknob that, when twisted, would lead me to my salvation. I now felt a cold nothingness, functioning only by the primal instinct to survive. My fingers desperately scraped the walls, but to no avail. I could feel a wave of tears reach my eyes once more. A moist slap hit the floor directly behind me. It was too late. An indescribable roar filled the room. The monster stomped rapidly towards me, and I made a break for my right. It grasped my arm, the sudden change of direction forcing my body into whiplash. I was going nowhere. Its skin was rubbery and cold. The fingers stretched and throbbed as if there were thousands of insects thriving within it. Time slowed. I made pitiful attempts to stand up, to escape my fate. Yet its grip only got stronger with every effort. I screamed and cried as the monster pinned me down. Both of its arms held me in place on the floor, moaning in sick pleasure. Seeping saliva drenched my shirt and quickly streamed down my legs. Its hellish tongue stretched and heaved, wrapping itself around my neck. I knew what was to come. My memories flashed before my eyes. My childhood, the times with Johnny, the many people that had come and gone in high school, the family members that had died, my mum, my dad. It was time to say goodbye. I opened my mouth and chomped my teeth shut with all the strength I had on whatever was choking me to death. It throbbed and thrashed violently in response. The grip on me loosened, but my teeth only sank further into it. It had large, round taste buds coated in thick and disgusting saliva. His arms moved quickly, rushing to pull me off and end the excruciating pain that I was inflicting upon it. I felt arms grab my legs and tear me away. It screeched and yelped after I landed harshly on the wood flooring. The monster convulsed and flailed around in the darkness, blindly stomping around the entrance of the home. I lurched and spat in hysteria. The beast briefly stopped, then skittered off further into the home. I shuddered, cold and petrified on the ground. I began to relax once the sound of the monster's cries slowly faded away. The noise of rain hitting the windows took its place, getting heavier by the second. It was once again peaceful. I felt around my body to make sure to myself that I was still alive. I realized that I couldn't even see my own arms in front of me. I needed to find that flashlight. There was a distant creak of floorboards directly above my head. I panicked, crawling around the immediate area for that light. My clothes were drenched, but I fought back against my disgust. Several seconds passed without a trace. I wondered if I was anywhere near where I'd broken down just minutes ago. My emotions had become incomprehensible, muted despite what had just happened. I still felt nothing but an unrelenting dread. My left hand snagged something out of the blue. I fumbled it around, trying to get a sense of what it was. It was a leech. I crushed it in my palm, blood and other fluids splattering my fingers. The intensifying downpour outside was able to mask any unintentional sounds that I was making while moving around. There was more commotion upstairs. It sounded like someone frantically opening drawers and moving furniture. I was searching for something. The floor above me screamed in response to its stumbling, as if it was ready to give out. I felt an object on the ground. In my palms, it was slim and smoothly rounded. I found a rubber button and pushed it down. The light flickered, then died. I shook the flashlight and tried again. The white beam shot out toward the vintage wallpaper and living room furniture that it was pointed towards. With a wheeze, it flickered rapidly and went out again. The staircase croaked. Johnny was coming back downstairs. Shaking, I got to my feet once more, hitting and shaking the flashlight. The pain all over my body had dissipated by now. I moved quickly and as silently as I could, masked by the storm brewing outside. I tried the door once more, realizing that it was without any doorknob. I couldn't manage to force it open, so I needed to hide. I had no idea where or for how long. The pulse in my chest rapidly increased with each step that Johnny descended. I clicked the light on and off rapidly, leaving just enough illumination for me to see where I was going. I scanned the living room for any trace of Lizzie, without finding anything. Something wailed, the sound echoing throughout the house. "Hey, man." Johnny's voice was low, stretching out each word unnaturally long. "You hurt me." It began a distorted whimper, as if replicating the sound of a human's cries. "Why did you hurt me?" I could discern pattering steps on the walls. It sobbed between words. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Why can't I find you?" I crawled under the coffee table. The flashlight wouldn't turn on now. It wouldn't give no matter how many times I clicked the button. The weeping was cut off for a moment, and a whisper took its place. Johnny was changing tactics. "I can see you." He skidded up onto the ceiling, and then Johnny repeated himself. "I can see you." The darkness was shattered by lightning. Johnny was directly above me. Below him, I saw a door. It was the one to the basement. The light escaped the home once more. In the pitch black, I realized exactly what I needed to do. The screen door downstairs. I could make my escape. The monster huffed. It hadn't found me yet, and thunder filled the home once more. I moved away from the coffee table, darting towards where I glimpsed the basement door. The steps were inaudible on the living room carpet. I got to the wall, reaching around until my hand felt the door. Methodically, I pushed down on the door hinge and pulled it open, trying to make as little sound as possible. Candles were lit downstairs. Something that I saw caused me to lock up. There were so many spiders, hundreds of them scattering up the walls and round the stairs. On top of the spiders were the endless mass of maggots squirming and thriving in an endless pulse. They disappeared into something and popped out of different places. They came in slender and came out fat and full. It was Lizzie's corpse.
Part 4.
I turned, feeling something rise from my stomach and up my throat. Lightning struck, thunder roared. I puked on the living room floor, and in response the monster ceased. Its breathing became audible. The sound was raspy, a deep wheeze following every exhale. Then it dropped to the floor, and a sudden flash of lightning filled the room, revealing the monster's tongue warping and stretching as it lurched slender black arms toward my direction. One of those arms held an axe. The home was pitch black again. The candlelight flickered over the squirming maggots. I wiped my face as the roar of thunder struck my ears, and I took a step into the mass. I both heard and felt the squelch of crushed insects and felt layers of desperate movement below my foot. Then I took another step around the remains, and I stepped down further. I felt a maggot enter the heel of my shoe, but there was no time to stop. The monster had reached the doorway. It took a swing at me, the axe connecting and slicing my back open. My body went limp and I stumbled down the rest of the stairs, hitting my head on the wall and falling unconscious. I landed ungracefully on the cement floor, and all I could see were stars, as if I'd drifted off into space. Insects enveloped my arms and legs. Oh, the tingling was light, but it was everywhere. They wriggled around my torso and towards my neck. The beast took the first step into the basement with me. I couldn't open my eyes. The pain was hazy, but so was everything else. I gave no resistance to what was happening this time. Maggots running up and down my face, preparing to burrow deep into my skin. My index finger twitched, then the ring finger. I could move my thumb again. I could sense the pool of blood on the palms of my hands. I lifted my arm, feeling the maggots entering my flesh. My eyelids drifted open, the beam of the torch angled directly into the staircase. My fingers wiped every insect they could off of my face and arms. I could see Johnny's legs now. They were next to Lizzie's, both standing on the top step. Oh, she was alive. They descended simultaneously, their features entering into the light. Lizzie had become unrecognizable. Her limbs thrived and moved unnaturally. Creatures nested themselves inside of their bodies. Johnny's tongue had thin, pulsating veins spiraling around itself. The torch flickered again, slightly at first, then more and more. Before it died, I could see their eyes. It was like when I saw them in the car. They were beside each other, seemingly determined, but this time it wasn't to explore an abandoned home. No, they'd already done that. Now they were here to eat me alive. I saw my mother and father in their place. Even if I did return home, what was left for me? Parents that would kick me out. A life that I'd ruined myself because of my own stupidity. My death wouldn't even matter to anyone. What friends did I have? Johnny. A spider crawled up his left eye. And then the vision of my parents was gone. I was at peace with what was about to happen. They both reached the bottom step. The light went out completely. "Bring him to me." A muffled voice arose from the darkness. Two pairs of arms dragged me across the floor. I couldn't tell what was happening. By now I wasn't strong enough to care. I heard boxes being moved aside. The downpour of rain had become intense. A match was lit, and then a candle began flickering. A red glow began to rise. Johnny and Lizzie's remains turned me around so I could see something. Another candle sprang to life. The lighter was dropped in the corner of the room. I eyed it, but not a thought reached my mind. My strength was gone. I was going to die. Why even try? What would I even be able to do with a lighter? My fixation was broken. There were dozens of flattened, decomposing bodies spread out against the wall, previously hidden by the rows of stacked boxes. There was a rustic table, and on that table was a silver platter, one well chiseled with detailed and beautiful designs that looked spectacular. On top of that platter was a decapitated head. It was the most horrific thing I'd ever seen. Its eyes bulged out of its skull, dead and empty. I could see the black stump in its neck where its head had disconnected from its body. Its hair was wiry and sparse. Its skin was decaying and turning black. Its mouth opened, revealing rotten molars that lied inside of a crooked jaw. "Turn me upright," it whispered and spat, flapping its mouth wildly. The voice was indiscernible, yet predatory. the voice of the monster under your bed, the voice of the tall figure tapping at your window deep into the night. Lizzie rushed to pick up the head. She gently lifted it off the plate and then placed it back down straight up. It sniffled, then blinked several times. It took a long, deep breath. Perfect. It clicked its tongue, straining the words out of its mouth. The head suddenly coughed, and a maggot climbed out of its nose and slithered up its skull. Cut off the boy's head. I want his body as my own. It closed its eyes as it spoke, and then slowly reopened them. Johnny raised his axe and stretched his shoulders. I've been searching for someone with your body for decades. The head wheezed and choked. All of these lifeless husks are from children just like you and Johnny, trespassing into my home It paused. The head took a moment and thoroughly glanced at the rotting corpses lining the wall. Nobody suited my taste like you have, boy. A spark of adrenaline shot through my veins. I tried moving my arms around. I took a deep breath and made an effort to get to my feet, but the slicing pain in my back shot up and overpowered my will. There's nowhere to go, boy. He made a pitiful cackle, cut short by a fit of coughing. Sorry I couldn't meet with you earlier. I wasn't quite prepared for your arrival. He continued to cackle under its breath. I looked up at its eyes, now locked onto me. They were evil, yet starving. Your friend Johnny, I killed him. I used his body to bring me Lizzie. You were simply a pleasant surprise. I was shocked. The friend I saw beside Lizzie just hours ago was nothing more than a lifeless carcass, following the will of a decapitated head. Johnny shuffled toward me while Lizzie stood in the corner of the room. The head started to salivate, streams of spit running down its chin. Johnny lazily grabbed at the axe, leaning against the wall, and took another step in my direction. My last resort was to fight back. I kicked at Johnny's shins, a cry escaping my lips. A storm of insects rushed out of his leg. Lizzie clumsily stepped over the corpses and got a hold of my arms. And with a force, she lifted me off the ground and onto my feet. For the first time, the head saw the gash across my back. His perfect vessel was now imperfect. Insolent, I heard it growl. He is useless. Useless. I peered down at the ground in a haze. There was so much blood. My blood. I didn't have much time left. Johnny backed down and faced the head. I saw its eyebrows arch in a deep rage. Look, it choked, at what you've done. The words escaped its mouth with force, yet they weren't any louder than a whisper. The head groaned, gritting its rotten teeth while spiders skittered around its black gums. Johnny croaked in pain and fumbled backwards, his arms swinging with him. In an instant, maggots rained out of Johnny's body and piled up onto the concrete flooring. He became lifeless, indistinguishable from the other hollow corpses surrounding him against the wall. His tongue had finally been eradicated from this earth, creatures pouring out of its long black surface. Johnny looked completely deflated. Lizzie kept still, continuing to hold my arm so that I was standing up. Pity, boy, your body would have been so very useful to me. It sputtered, wheezing and closing its eyes before continuing. Now, feed me the scoundrel. Lizzie dropped me at once. I flopped to the ground like a rag doll, my face contorted in roaring pain. She scooped a pile of the maggots that had just inhabited Johnny, and Lizzie began to move, her eyes meeting the heads until she was directly facing it. She reached over and poured the handful into its mouth. My mind suddenly became clear. This was my chance. The lighter. I closed my eyes, breathed in, and started crawling for the corner of the room. I had no idea what I was even doing. I had even less of a clue of what to do with a lighter. I heaved, but forced myself to stay quiet. The only reason I was still alive was because Lizzie was still occupied with the head, the slimy pops and gushing of chewing permeating my ears. I was making slow progress, sweat dripping down my brow and building up in the palms of my hands. I tried to forget the insufferable pain in my back, yet it constantly tested every effort I made. A tear dripped down my chin. I sniffled, pushing forward at something that wouldn't possibly be able to save my life. Oh, I could burn the whole house, but I'd be trapped inside of it. There was no escaping this, yet the thought of putting an end to that head drove me forward. I heard it spit. "Stop him. I want you to stop him." And it licked the maggot remains around its mouth. I didn't hear a single footstep. By now I was only an arm's length away from the lighter. I swung my arms toward it, and I missed it twice, but I needed to get closer. My body made one final effort to push itself forward, yet it was too late. A storm of insects slithered around my arms and up my body, and within seconds they crawled up my face and entered my ears and nostrils. Some poked towards my intestines. I screamed in sheer terror until I couldn't breathe anymore. I couldn't hear anything as my ears plugged with worms and maggots. I felt antennas push up against my lips, forcing my mouth open. I was being suffocated. They covered my eyes and created a cocoon around my entire body. But despite this, the lighter remained in the palms of my hands. I blindly fumbled with the small thing through layers of insects, clumsily popping it open. By now I could feel them making their way down my throat. My mind was starting to fade once more. This was the last chance I had. I flicked the light, yet felt nothing. I tried over and over and over again to no avail. Insects slid up my nose and towards my brain. They began to nest inside my body, eating away at my innards. Then I felt the fizz of a single spark, then a flicker, and flames shot up around me. Hundreds of insects withered and died in a mere instant. The fire spread up and down, and the creatures fled for survival. Beyond the noise of desperate squirming, there was muffled agony. I felt something run up my throat and nose. My eyes opened. "Kill the fire, everyone." The head was struggling to speak. Mounds and mounds of creatures rushed to fill the husks. They began to animate and inflate. Some lifted their heads, breathing raggedly and attempting to stand. There were dozens, all rising from their place on the ground. They were rotting. I grabbed the lighter and chucked it towards them. A teenage boy erupted into fire, wickering flames covering the body that was once his. The others stumbled, letting out guttural screams as if they were all burning simultaneously. It spread quickly, and within moments I was surrounded by flames. Hundreds of insects shriveled up. I lurched and spat worms and cockroaches, only adding to the fire that I was soon engulfed in as well. Lizzie keeled over and her skin separated. 2 or 3 husks tumbled over at a time. Dead leeches and worms spilled out of them until they were once again deflated and empty. I desperately tried to kill the flames on my arms and legs as I forced myself to stand. My ears started to clear. The head was roaring in a low, demented voice. It was clearly suffering. The fire spread to the wooden pillars that held the unfinished basement in place. I stood amidst the erupting flames that consumed my tattered clothes and flesh. It spread to my scar, to where fierce waves of fresh pain incapacitated me once more. I fell to my knees, unable to handle all of this pain at once. I was screaming. My mind was ringing and pulsating in horror and the suffering of a slow death. I stumbled forward with my hands and knees in the direction of the screen door on the other side of the room. I wasn't going to make it. The head's demented eyes sunk into its skull as it yelled. Its forehead caved in on itself shortly before it melted into a paste of thick, grey fluid. Its pain had finally ceased, but mine only got worse. The inferno rapidly picked up speed, eating its way up my sides. I wasn't farther than 3 meters away from the screen door to my salvation. With distorted vision, I could see raindrops hitting the glass. I realized then that there was no sound except for the constant ringing. I could feel it permeating around my skull, screeching internally for escape. My legs became unresponsive, nothing but searing red flesh connected to my waist. The flames made their way up towards my neck. I was being slowly and mercilessly eaten away into nothingness. I was now an arm's length away from the screen door. I watched my hands flailing, trying to reach for it, grasping at the white handle that guarded the paradise beyond. The flames began feasting on my upper arms now. There wasn't any more time. I struggled and then got a hold of the door. Gritting my teeth, I exerted the last of whatever energy I had remaining to unleash the gates of heaven. The door squeaked, gliding open and separating decade-old spiderwebs. A raindrop landed on my nose, splashing into my eyes, rinsing some of the blood from around my mouth. It was the touch of a higher power on my face, hundreds of fingers grazing me from head to toe. I was no longer engulfed in fire. I was no longer in purgatory. The ringing faded. Lying on the concrete landing outside of the burning abandoned home, I accepted death with open arms. The beeping of medical equipment trickled through my consciousness. I opened my eyes. I was in a hospital bed. Dazed, I examined my immediate surroundings. There were 2 white sheets by my sides, separating me from the other patients. Everything in the room was white, from the floors to the walls to the lights. I was in a white tomb. My legs were gone, replaced by medical bandages that wrapped around me. Fire had eaten into my upper body, but not to the same extent. The forest around the abandoned home had caught fire. Firemen arrived, discovering me close to the source of the forest fire, and paramedics then soon followed. I had several surgeries. The ones I had first were to save my life. The next was to remove the remains of my legs. Some others were to relocate skin in order to conceal the burns on my arms and surrounding my upper body. I had several to restitch the axe scar on my back. Well, I couldn't have been in the hospital for any less than 6 months. I had to wear prosthetic legs for the rest of my life. But, well, I couldn't care less. I had a new start, a new chance to live. Well, that enthusiasm didn't last. Before long, years passed. I got my life back on track and eventually made it back into university. My parents couldn't have been more proud of me. Well, they moved on from the abandoned home. The world moved on. Nobody cares about what happened anymore. Why should they? Johnny and Lizzie were forgotten. Johnny's parents never went to his funeral. Lizzie's mother committed suicide. Her grandmother passed away a while ago now from natural causes. I don't get much out of life anymore. Some days I can't get myself out of bed. For me, it's too hard to find a reason to keep going. Whatever joy I had left burned up in that house. Now every day, starting to blend into one another. I go to work, come home, climb into my bed. I used to cry myself to sleep, but now I can't feel much of anything anymore. Sometimes, late into the night, I can see that head. It floats lifelessly at the end of the hallway with its horrible eyes. Its mouth is always open, seemingly shocked at how worthless I'd become. I wish it was real, that it would finish what it had started. I want to feel the leeches and maggots and spiders consume me until I am a corpse. I want to feel what it's like to slowly die again and finally go through with it this time. Maybe my mother will grieve for a while, but eventually she'll be gone and forgotten like all the rest of us. Oh, my father is deep into dementia. Doesn't even recognize me anymore. His mind is gone. Well, to me, he died years ago. I still visit my mother on occasion. She's a sad old woman, the loss of her husband changing her for the worst. She tells me that the only thing she still looks forward to is the times that I come to see her. Whenever I do, I always make an effort to drive past the house. In the far reaches of my mind, I imagine that when I pass by, it'll stand like it did before that day, as if that day had never happened. In reality, the home may as well have never existed in the first place. A new development was built around that house. Sidewalks replaced the overgrown grass. The world left the abandoned home behind. I see people living their lives, oblivious to the horror I'd experienced there. I hate them all. I want them to feel what I went through. But the anger is brief. By now I can't even remember exactly where the house once was. That realization still makes me tear up. Don't know why. Occasionally I'll dream of the ambience of that night. I'm standing next to Lizzie. We're near the parked cars, waiting for Johnny to leave the abandoned home. Her arms are crossed. I tell her that I wish I'd died in that home with Johnny and her, but she never responds. Last night, though, she shifted her gaze to me. She breathed in slowly. Move on. And then I woke up. It wasn't a long dream. No, the waking nightmare awaiting me is far longer. Well, I haven't done something that creepy and totally messed up in quite a while, and it's a bit of a refreshing change, to be honest. Very, very grim, totally lacking hope at the end, but I don't know, sometimes you need the horror to be real and to, there be no way out in the end. Well, quite exhausting, that one, so that is enough for this fine Friday evening. Now, yeah, my family have gone back to Turkey for a couple of weeks, so I will be joining them in July some point, but regular service will be continued to the best of my ability. That either terrifies you or pleases you. Either way, yes, the stories will keep coming thick and fast. So that is it, as I said, for this evening. I'll be back again at the weekend with something, who knows? Hopefully a nice surprise. Until then, very, very sweet dreams, everybody. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. It really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye. It's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. The Face of Fear by Michael Whitehouse. Twice I saw the face in the window, pressed up against the surface, its icy breath fogging the cold glass. At first it appeared strange to me, the skin beneath its eyes drooping in ripples of flesh, exposing the sensitive strata underneath. It was the winter of '83, and I'd booked the cabin for 3 nights. Only 3. A break was needed, somewhere to relax, somewhere to recover. I'd had a heart attack 2 months earlier, a painful, excruciating experience which I would not wish on my worst enemy. Lying there sprawled across my kitchen floor, the sharp agony had siphoned through my veins, chest, arm, jaw. I lost consciousness only to find myself in a hospital bed days later. It was my daughter, Jen, who discovered me. Oh, thank God for her. The cabin was a retreat, a place far removed from the stresses of my life. The fallout from a failed marriage, the pressures of a flagging career, and the ordeal of staring death in the face. Comfort had become a stranger. Fear, however, was now both my enemy and constant companion. Each beat of my heart was felt, The slightest change of rhythm or palpitation a nursery for terror. The knowledge that, at any time, the agony of death could be brought upon me by the very thing which gave life seemed perverted, an abomination of purpose. And I wandered through life like glass, afraid that the slightest exertion might shatter me. The doctors had done their part through surgery and medication. Now it was my turn to help my body heal as best it could. Only time would tell how successful such efforts had been. I was advised to relax, to undertake some limited physical therapy, and to avoid any anxiety or sudden shocks. But how does one avoid a shock or a nasty surprise? By its very definition, a shock is an unknown, unforeseen, unexpected event which lurks in the darkness of obscurity, out there, mingled with a fog of yet to come, around a corner, in the next room, a wrong turn taken, or an unwelcome phone call bearing bad news. I found the entire concept of avoiding the unanticipated to be a laughable one. And still, there I was, preparing for the quiet solitude of the countryside, following the advice of the experts and those men and women in sterile white coats. I almost ignored their recommendations, remaining slumped at home, festering, counting the hours and beats of my heart as finite measures of my life. When still, the mind can unleash a terrible onslaught of memories. I thought of Susie, of the years spent together and now wasted. We'd been happy once, but I played my part in where we ended. She came to visit me in the hospital. Perhaps she too wished for reconciliation, but feeling the gulf between us as she sat at my bedside was worse than any physical heartache. We smiled and spoke the empty words of day-to-day, which litter each and every hospital ward. As she left, she touched my hand for the briefest of moments, yet I could tell that she no longer sheltered the spark she once had for me. She tried to be kind, but some things done and said can never be taken back, a fire of resentment which can never be extinguished. They say time heals all wounds, but some cuts are deeper than others. In those bleak days of loneliness, I'd only the thought of my daughter to keep me from slipping into a dark depression, yet she stayed with her mother most of the time. Perhaps I'd been cold towards her too. I knew my failings as a husband, but I never conceived that I'd been anything but a loving father, and so I lived for those brief 2 days a week when I could see her. The in-between times were filled with fear of death and thoughts of worthlessness. Friends, family, doctors, they all urged me to go on a holiday, but I was afraid, scared of my heart giving up, frightened by the possibilities brought forth by an anxious mind preoccupied with a fragile body which housed it. If it hadn't been for Jay, I would never have gone. He visited me several times a week and encouraged me to be as upbeat as possible with his usual quips and jokes. He kept me going, in fact, and finally persuaded me that a few days away in the countryside would do me good. Still, I was terrified of being left alone, isolated, away from things and people. What if I had another attack? Perhaps the next one would be fatal. And even if I could be saved, I would be too far for help to reach me in time. I needed somewhere that I could relax away from the world, and yet not so far from the wonders of modern medicine. That's why we chose Blackwood Cabin. Jay had visited there as a child. It sat on the outskirts of a large forest, hemmed in on a patch of open ground by a beautiful flowing river on the other side. Despite its seeming detachment from the world, it was in fact only 6 miles from the nearest hospital, which stood near a small town on the boundary of that thick, darkened web of trees. This, and the insistence of Jay that he stay as well, left me contented enough in the knowledge that help would always be at hand. I could feel myself begin to relax as we left the city. And during the drive, we both talked and laughed, reminiscing about our days together at university. For the first time in months, I felt positive about the world, watching the motorway recede into the distance, relinquishing its concrete grip to the wild, untamed and imposing grandeur of the great outdoors. Only once did I bring up the mention of Susie and our separation, but Jay quickly turned the conversation around to something more positive and fun, as he often did. I held out hope that the divorce would never be finalized, that she'd come back to me. But but hope too can be an exhausting predicament, so I attempted to filter Susie from my mind as best I could. The single-track road weaved its way through Blackwood Forest. We wriggled over 6 miles of twists and turns and serpentine slitherings before we finally reached the clearing. A large waterlogged patch of wild grass carpeted the area, so much so that we had to park the car a few hundred feet from our destination for fear of getting stuck. In the center of the soaked, near marshland ground stood the rickety and aging shelter which we intended to call home for the following 3 days. The cabin was itself small, with one main room complete with cozy log burner and stove, and 2 cramped bedrooms at the back. It had been there for an age, that much was certain, and the darkened timber beams which carried the heavy burden of time above sagged and dipped as they lurched across the ceiling. The smell of moss and bark swathed the air, and the sound of the flowing river on the other side of the cabin bubbled and brewed, peaceful, serene and yet mysterious. The first day was uneventful, exactly what I needed, relaxing with a book in front of 3 large logs smouldering in the fire, and spending a little while sitting on the steps to the cabin, watching the river swell and swarm with the winter currents. It was then that I understood the naming of the place. Peering out across the bubbled grass to the tree line, the forest seemed picturesque yet impenetrable from distance, and the clearing where the cabin sat provided only a temporary pause to its encroachment, before it once again continued to blanket the land on the other side of the river. The woodland was dark and black, yes, but full of life, of vibrancy, of things, deer, foxes, beetles, rabbits. But I never would have guessed at the horrors which lurked between its tightly woven evergreen branches. Many tourist traps survive on tales of ghosts and ghouls hidden somewhere nearby. Stories exaggerated by pub landlords or hotel managers, speaking of rooms where something ominous walks at the midnight hour. Visitors flock to such places, hoping to spend the night in a haunted room, to glimpse something in the darkness which whispers the thought that life is more bizarre, more interesting than we could possibly imagine. Even that lonely and forgotten cabin seemed to have something of a myth attached to it. In a bookshelf, tucked away in the corner of one of the bedrooms, Jay found a warped old hardback. The papers were yellowed, and while it contained the publication date of 1967, I was certain that it had only ever seen one pressing, left in the cabin to titillate those staying there. The book was called The Beast of Blackwood Forest. Rifling through it, I found that the author had dedicated much of her life to the documentation of a local legend. I had myself heard the stories when I was younger, as I'd once dated a girl who lived in a nearby town. All the kids talked about the Beast of Blackwood, a creature which everyone's uncle had seen while out hunting in the forest. Dark, hulking, monstrous. Of course, I always laughed at such things, and no concrete evidence for it had ever been found. But each winter, there were rumors, whispers about something shambling through the woods at night. As the day gave way to twilight, I read through some of those pages while Jay stocked the stove and prepared supper. Although I discarded the legend as nonsense, I found the book quite compelling, and the eyewitness testimonies contained therein affected me enough to cause me to see something which wasn't there. Shadows moving outside under the cloak of dusk. I began to feel my heart once more, and decided that it was best to leave the terrors of the horror genre, fact and fiction, behind. My mind was still fraught with the strain of Susie leaving me, and the fear of the slightest palpitation signaling another heart attack, so accounts of a terrifying creature preying on those in my immediate vicinity, no matter how preposterous, were not suitable for a fragile disposition. The clean country air, on the other hand, was doing me the world of good. After dinner, Jay surprised me with a bottle of my favorite whiskey, 16-year Lagavulin. I knew that the doctors would frown upon it, but the idea of swishing that warming liquid gold around my mouth and taking a deep gulp reminded me of something essential. It reminded me of being normal again, of being strong, of sitting in my family home with my wife and daughter, enjoying the finer side of life. Yeah, a few drams would not be unwelcome. We talked and laughed about the past while playing cards and enjoying, again, reliving old adventures we'd had travelling together during our university summers with the old gang. I would have happily stayed there, wrapped in the comfort of those memories for an eternity, and in many ways I wish I could have sunk further into that moment of relief from my recent worries. But that was not to be. Around 11 o'clock, the log burner was running low, and we'd all but run out of wood. Jay drunkenly picked up a torch and decided that he would go and quickly gather some more, so that we could keep the good times flowing. I didn't protest. I was happy. I was content to allow that night to continue. He was a good friend, and insisted that I not raise a finger out there in the cold darkness. He was always braver than me, and I'd be lying if I said that the outlandish thought of something lurking in the woods hadn't left its mark. I watched from the window for a moment as the beam from his torch bounced along the uneven, now frozen grass. The light dropped to the ground for a second, and I heard the drunken merry laughter of my friend echoing out as he picked himself back up before continuing towards the tree line. Smiling, I returned to my book of choice, flicking through a few pages of an Ellery Queen detective novel, less dangerous than the previous read. After about 15 minutes, I realized how truly silent the cabin was. No noise, no wind, no sounds of life or the living. And for the first time I sensed something sinister resting in the stillness. Suddenly Jay burst into the cabin and collapsed on the floor, panting. He turned to the door and kicked it shut with his heels frantically, his eyes wide, panicked, disbelieving. Scrambling back to his feet, he turned a small table on its end and wedged it against the skin of the aging wood under the handle. "Help me, for Christ's sake," he whispered anxiously. I stood up quickly and rushed to my friend's aid, helping him pack furniture, anything with weight, against the door. It was the first time since the heart attack that I'd physically exerted myself, and it wouldn't be the last. I felt the blood pump through my chest and momentarily quivered at the sensation. I tried to find out what had happened, but Jay was exhausted and distraught. A shiny streak of sweat ran down his cheek as he wheezed and gasped for air. He flicked the light switch, smothering us in a darkness which was only broken by a crescent moon hanging in the sky outside, its slivered light vaguely illuminating the inside of the cabin. Prowling the window which gazed out towards the forest, his stare never broke for a moment from the frozen world outside. We stood there, my repeated questions going unanswered. Slowly my fragility returned. I rubbed my chest for a moment as my friend's anxiety seemed to spread to me. My heart raced, and my mind swung like a pendulum between the fear of an agonizing heart attack and the terror etched on Jay's face. Just what had scared him so badly? I breathed deeply to calm myself, but Jay took no notice. He was too fixated on the darkness outside. It was only when I poured him a large whiskey that he finally broke his silence. I've never been frightened of words, but my friend certainly shook me. There's something out there. I didn't reply immediately, but when I did, I could only think to ask, something? What could he have meant by such an indefinite term? There were no bears in that part of the country, no large predators at all. But it did seem, indeed, that Jay had seen something big in the woods. He'd been gathering wood for the stove around the tree line of the forest, and as he described standing there listening to a short flurry of rain tap the canopy above him, I could see the fear grip his insides, as it did mine. My heart began to pound harder as Jay stuttered over the words. I saw it moving between the trees, straight for me. I didn't look back, but I'm telling you, it wasn't human. Part 2. I knew my friend was convinced by what he said, but while I dismissed the notion of an unknown creature stalking the woods outside, and perhaps in the attempt hid the descriptions from the yellow pages of that book which had etched into my mind, I very much did entertain the idea that there was someone out there. Someone dangerous, mad, or perhaps both. My pulse continued to race, and I could feel my heart beating wildly at the thought of a shadowy figure prowling around outside, watching us, waiting. After finally composing myself, Jay asked if I was okay, his fear now turning to concern for his friend. But I myself was transfixed on one course of action: escape. I rushed over to the cabin's phone, but on picking up the receiver, I was greeted by an icy silence. The line was dead, and what that still, lifeless receiver said about the unseen threat I was sure we now faced was enough to thrust dread into my very soul. I stood there for a moment, desperately trying to formulate a course of action. That serene, peaceful place in the daytime now felt imposing and absent of mercy. I just wanted to go home. Jay motioned for me and then pointed with a shaking hand at the darkness outside. It was then that he let out a suffocated whisper. "It's there." Looking out into the moonlit night, I saw nothing at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkened landscape outside, I finally saw it. Deep down, I'd hoped that Jay had simply drunk too much and spooked himself while out there, but now any dream of a simple and harmless explanation was extinguished. Someone was standing among the trees, just standing and looking, bathed in darkness. It was difficult to make out any detail. All I could see was an outline, the outline of a stooped and hunched figure, its arm wrapped around a tree as if steadying itself. I couldn't be sure, but it felt as though its stare was firmly transfixed on our cabin, our rickety shelter for the night, which had no doubt seen many winters there before, and perhaps even encountered whoever or whatever was looking at us from across the sodden stretch of icy march, which surrounded us. Who is that?" I stammered. "Keep your voice down," Jay snapped in return. And so we whispered and spoke of the hunched figure standing only a few hundred feet from us. "It's not a man," Jay kept saying, but I continued in my attempts to dissuade him from that conclusion. "I saw it through the trees. It moved. It moved in a weird way, limping, like it was off balance or deformed or something. But it moved fast. I'll have no idea how I made it back. Maybe it won't leave the trees." His eyes widened, and it was clear that a revelation had sprung forth from his mind. He turned suddenly, walking across the room to a table where I'd left those yellowed pages, which spoke of a strange creature living in the woods. Jay thumbed through it, shielding the light from his torch as best he could with his hand. As I watched him scan through the contents and flick to what he seemed so animated about, I almost laughed at the insinuation. "It's a man, Jay. Just someone messing with us." But he was convinced otherwise. "Look at this," he said, following the text with his finger as he read. "Accounts have varied over the centuries, but a central element to the myth states that the beast of Blackwood only wanders from the forest late at night. It's been suggested that the creature uses a thick canopy as protection during daylight hours. Locals claim that he's entirely nocturnal. But there's no such thing as the beast." I could feel my pulse thicken as my blood pressure increased at the idea, so much so that I had to sit for a moment to allow my heart to recover its normal beat. "Hey, are you okay?" "I'll be fine. Let's just wait until it gets light and we can leave." "Are you crazy? You didn't see that thing up close. Oh, it's huge and quick. If it wants to get in here, it will." "So there's a weirdo in the woods. He can't wait us out all night. Anyway, he's probably just a hunter or someone camping in the forest. He'll be harmless." Well, I listened to the words exit my mouth, and even I didn't believe them. There was something about the place, a silence, deathly, icy, a sickly sense of dread hanging in the air, hidden between the bark and the moss. Jay turned to look outside to the grassland which etched towards our car, sleeping in the night chill between us and the brooding forest. "We have to leave. Or you can stay here and I'll get the police. Either way, I'm going." He turned to look at me sternly. "Look, Which would you prefer? I might not have been convinced that it had been an unknown creature that had stalked him through the woods, but by God, I didn't want to stay in that cabin alone. I threw my stuff in a bag, as Jay did the same, each of us grabbing a knife from the kitchen for protection. And there we stood, looking at the door, a pile of furniture wedged behind it. We dismantled our makeshift barricade as quietly as we could and then, brandishing our kitchen knives nervously, slowly opened the door. It creaked softly, sucking in the night air which felt cold and bitter, and revealed a slow patter of light rain threatening something greater from the heavens. Jay poked his head out first, and then, after a brief silence, waved me on. We descended the dozen or so steps which led down onto the grass, and as we peered around the corner, we could see our ticket home. The car was parked a few hundred feet from where we stood, nestled in the same piece of dirt track, which would give way to road and then the safe embrace of home, if we made it. It would take a minute or so to reach, but with knowledge of the figure in the forest lurking around somewhere nearby, it seemed like an eternity away. I slung the strap of my bag over my shoulder, and Jay, mindful of my condition, headed towards the car first. "You keep looking around," he urged me with a whisper. The waterlogged grass squelched underfoot, and the rain began to grow more angered as we stepped tentatively towards the safety of the car. We tried to be as quiet as possible, but even in the moonlight we had to use our torches to see what was ahead of us, advertising our position to anyone or anything in the vicinity. I kept looking out towards the forest, the tree line, the thickening river behind me. I could see nothing, nor could I hear anything but the raindrops which now battered against the car and splattered on my hood. And then, Jay suddenly stopped. "What is it?" I whispered over the rain, my heart now beating wildly, throat dried by worry. The rain subsided slightly, replaced by the silence of a landscape petrified, frozen by a winter chill. Jay spoke without turning his head towards me, his breath visible in the beam of my torch. "I thought I saw something moving in the tree line." The crack of wood, the sound of the unseen walking over the forest floor. "Come on," Jay whispered with urgency, and we broke into a brisk jog. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as my pulse thumped desperately. As we continued on, all I could think of was my heart and the deep, stuttered and freezing breaths I took in trying to calm myself. As we drew closer to the car, the faintest wisp of moonlight hung in the air as the crescent above us swung behind a pack of clouds, and the world took on a strange, icy blue. Stumbling over the grass, we finally reached the grey outline of our ride home. "Open the door. Let's get out of here," I pleaded as Jay fumbled for his keys, dropping them to the ground. "Oh, bastard," he growled. Instinctively, I pointed my torch downward, illuminating the long, wild grass, now whitened by a thick coat of frost beneath our feet. I waited for an instant, and as I peered down at the ground, I recognized that something was very wrong. Jay was not moving. He hadn't even looked down to see where he'd dropped the keys. He was staring at something, and the look of sheer panic in his eyes told me that we were not alone. I raised my hand, and with it a beam of light glinted off of the car. Two large eyes stared back from the other side of the vehicle, a hunched, hulking thing, glaring up at us, crouched behind the car bonnet. It shivered, and then again, and as it rose up, I saw it for a moment. Wet, drenched hair, mouth gaping, its face a pallid and quivering grey. It groaned loud, with a strange, unearthly and high-pitched undertone, which only added to the creature's horrid appearance. "Run!" Jay yelled. Well, I didn't need to be told twice. I dropped my bag and ran as fast as I could. I panted, sweated, stumbled, thrust myself forward with every ounce of energy I had left in me, and as I did so, the first pains came. The freezing cold stung my eyes. I fell twice, helped to my feet by my friend. My heart staggered. It heaved and battered in my chest. I could feel the slight twinge of pain run up my neck, nestle in my jaw. My chest tightened, and I cried in terror. This was a heart attack. I yelled out, "Help!" But all I could hear was Jay running behind me, screaming for me to move faster. "Keep going, and don't look back." As the cabin came into touching distance, I heard the heartbreaking absence of my friend's footsteps. I knew Jay. All those years, as close as we were, well, he was always the brave one, something I had at times been jealous of. The stubborn one, enough to stand up to anything. I understood implicitly that he was buying me time, a selfless gesture which helped me make it to the steps, scrambling up them only to turn and see him staring the creature down, face to face, the beast shrouded in shards of night. As its hulking mass lunged towards him, a searing pain ran up my neck from my chest. I collapsed to the ground, but he needed me, and whatever life was left in my failing body, I was compelled to use to help him. Staggering to my feet, the night air stinging my lungs, I lurched forward, clutching my chest, ready to strike the beast with everything I had left. Before I could assist, Jay appeared from the darkness, grabbed my arm, and threw me into the cabin. He frantically barricaded the door once more. We slumped to the floor, breathless, deciding to keep the lights out and listen. Shuffling in the darkness, but nothing more. The pain in my chest had subsided slightly. It was clear that the heart attack had begun, but when it would take me seemed uncertain. What was that thing? I asked between gasps. "I don't know, but it wasn't human," said Jay solemnly, before showing me the knife he'd used during the fight, now covered in a putrid black liquid. "I don't think this even hurt it this much." "This is crazy. What do we do now?" "I don't know. I just don't know." And we waited and waited, but the pain in my chest grew steadily, my breath more erratic. I took my pills, but I knew that the old enemy had returned and that I needed more than something to calm my nerves. If I didn't receive medical attention, there was every chance I would die. Part 3. Jay stared at me as I sat on the old couch against the window, worried that each breath would be my last. "We need to get you to a hospital," he said gently. "Yeah, just chopper me in." We both laughed for a moment. Jay stood up and looked outside. He seemed reluctant at first, and no wonder considering what lurked outside, but his concern for me appeared to slowly drown out his fear. "I can't see anything out there anymore. The moon's behind those clouds, and we might not get another chance. I think I can make it to the car quicker on my own." "Yeah, but that thing out there," I said, deep down ashamed that my fear of death galvanized a hope that my friend would indeed find the courage to try again. He leaned over me and smiled kindly, patting me on the shoulder. "I can do this." "It's pitch black out there. You need to use a torch, and then it would see you," I said, wincing more at the growing pain in my chest. "I'll flash it on and off. That way it won't know where I am. Maybe it'll get confused. I don't know." He clenched the torch tightly while looking at the kitchen knife in his other hand. "Hopefully that'll give me enough time to see what's in front of me and head for the car. The key should still be where I dropped them." "Jay, please wait until morning," I asked. But as my friend looked at me clutching my chest, I knew he'd already made up his mind, and part of me was glad for the hope his bravery provided. "Right, barricade the door as soon as I'm out." "Okay," I said, trying to hold back tears both of pain and worry for my friend's life. He gave me a hug, and then he was gone. I closed the door and bolstered it once more with anything I could find, before pulling myself back up onto the couch and looking outside. First, I could see nothing but the black stillness of the forest. Then a blast of light, then another and another as Jay's torch sporadically burst into life. Each flash illuminated the landscape around him like a ghostly photograph documenting his progress towards the car. I could see what he was doing, and I smiled to myself for a moment, once more impressed by his ingenuity. He wasn't moving in a straight line, but zigzagging so that his path could not be anticipated. Another flash, and another. Each time no sign of the creature and one more precious movement closer to the car. Grass, tree, an anonymous wilderness of darkness. Another flash, another patch of grass. Oh, he was so close. Then the intermittent light became erratic, moving one way then another, backwards, left, right. Was he lost? Was he unsure which direction the car was in? A more horrific thought then entered my mind. Was he being chased? A flash of light, nothing. Then another, nothing again. Finally the light beamed. He'd made it to the car. The light was quickly extinguished, followed by the sound of a door opening. One last flash of the torch, the isolated outline of a hunched figure standing behind my friend. A blood-curdling scream, then nothing. Jay was gone. The beast had got him. And I was alone. Grief now mingled with fear, feeding the pains in my chest and arm. My friend was most probably dead, and I was certain that I'd soon follow him. I fell to my knees, sure that this was it, the end. Agony ran up my chest once more. There I knelt in the darkness, alone, resigned to my death. But as my heart slowed, my thoughts became clear. I turned to my daughter. Whether a good dad or not, I would be damned if I was going to leave her fatherless. What of Susie? Well, I still loved her, and perhaps in those sweet memories of better times between us, I could fix things, bring us back together as a family. She could learn to love me again. Yeah, I would set things right. My heart still beat, and as long as it did, there was time left yet. For hope, for escape, for life. But time to do what? The phone was dead, and all I could wait for was daylight. Yet that was at least 3 hours away, and I severely doubted that I would last that long. Never mind that I was unsure that the old cabin door could survive an attack from whatever that hulking creature was which lurked outside. I peered out through the window, the rain lashing down once more, obscuring an already ill-defined exterior world. And still I was certain I could see something limping around in the darkness. As glints of moonlight pierced through the charcoal clouds above, I was sure that the attacker was out there somewhere, pacing, circling, waiting. But what was it? Was it a man? Or a thing yet to be discovered by science? I did not know where to turn, but all I could think of was getting home to my family. The hopeful warm embrace of Susie and my daughter was enough to fuel my search for a way out. My only refuge was the book, that volume which I'd mocked so readily before. I had to now consider the possibility that my dear friend and I had both come into contact with the beast of Blackwood. At the start of the day, that idea would have seemed ridiculous, but fear opens the mind quickly to any avenue of escape. I sat at the table and used the light from my torch to illuminate the pages, still shielding it from the outside. What I read intrigued me. The creature had been described since the 1700s. There was even the suggestion that it had been seen before that, as there were references to the Grey Man of Blackwood Forest in fragmented accounts from centuries earlier. There didn't seem to be much in the way of 20th century sightings. In fact, the last person to come forward officially had been in 1952, claiming to have encountered a stooped, grey-faced figure with a contorted arched back, disappearing between the trees on the other side of the forest. The original myths did not say much about its origins, but it certainly spoke of its motivations. The creature was drawn or attracted by greed. Children would be told to share and be kind, otherwise the beast of Blackwood would appear from the forest and snatch them right away at night. I couldn't look in the mirror and say that I was never guilty of greed or selfishness, or of a number of other petty human frailties, but to be punished in this way seemed cruel, a dying prisoner trapped in the cabin of Blackwood Forest. Returning to the book, the only supposed protection against the creature was light, or being a person without selfish frailty. In centuries gone by, villagers in the local area would line the paths through the forest with burning torches when the beast had been sighted, to ward it away from unwary travelers. Each thump sent waves of terror through my body. It wasn't my heart, but someone at the door. I hoped beyond hope that my friend had once again managed to evade the creature's grasp. Brandishing a kitchen knife, I hobbled to the door and plucked up the courage to shout, "Jay, is that you?" I prayed that it was, but the answer I was given was not the voice of one of my oldest friends, nor was it even that of a man, the shrill cry of something utterly inhuman. A sound which spoke of time and age, and of moss and dank forest. A childlike shriek of unspeakable purpose. The door shook violently as I piled more chairs, pots, anything I could find, behind the wooden barrier. The pounding was loud and angered, and the cries continued. I clutched my ears in despair. Then I remembered. The light. The torches of old warding the beast away. I flicked the switch and the porch light came on outside. Another cry echoed out across the empty landscape, and at that, the thudding stopped. I quickly turned all the lights on in the house, now realizing the creature's weakness. I wasn't sure if I would last, but if I could just make it all the way till dawn, maybe the sun would save me. Then I heard it. The sound of something moving, shuffling, climbing. I stood paralyzed at the realization. It came from my bedroom. The beast had gotten in, attracted no doubt by any greed and selfishness I'd harbored throughout my life. Slowly the door from the bedroom creaked open. My heart pounded, and again my thoughts turned to my family, to my daughter's laugh and the comforting caress of my wife. They fueled me, drove me to a strength I did not know I had. I launched in terror across the room, battering against the door. Even with all of my momentum, the creature's hand managed to slip through the gap, its bobbled grey skin and black matted hair soaked by the rain. I swung with the knife, only to miss its arm. The beast seemed to hesitate for a moment, and as it did, I shoved my hand through the gap in the door and flicked on the light in the room. A howl of pain, and then nothing. I gasped for air and rested against the door for a time, before I finally plucked up the courage to look inside. A window lay wide open, but the room was empty. I closed the window and staggered back into the main room. My heart raced, and while I fought to stay on my feet, a sweeping pain arched up through my back and needled into my chest, knocking the wind out of me. I felt like I was going to pass out, and stumbled forward, landing on the couch. I breathed slow and deep. Oh, not yet, please God, not yet. The cabin remained eerily quiet, and in that silence sat the memories of better times, of my daughter playing as a child, of traveling with Jay in our 20s, of Susie's smile. I don't know how long I lay there, but I knew that soon my body would give up. I looked out through the large bay window behind the couch and hoped to see the first welcome rays of sunlight, but I saw nothing but darkness. If I was to survive, I had to make it to that car, outrun the beast and drive through the forest to a hospital, or at least a main road. If I was to see my family again, to put everything right, the car was my only hope. It was all or nothing. Then suddenly the creature's stilted head rose up from beneath the windowsill. The inhuman face pressed against the cold glass. Its grey skin sagged and weeped away from its eyes, the moist red flesh underneath visible in the cabin's light. Oh, the shock had finished me. My heart stopped for a brief moment, and then thudded, struggling to maintain my life. My body went limp, my head resting only inches from the window. Looking up helplessly, I watched as the beast stared into my eyes through the pane of glass. My heart sprang into another deluge of beats, battering away at the inside of my chest. A sharp pain ran up my neck. The creature's green-tinged stare stabbed through me, and as its breath fogged the glass, I grabbed the only thing at hand, the old yellowed book, and thrust it at that putrid face. Book, followed by fist, shattered the glass. Countless pieces and shards showered down upon both beast and myself. A scream, a hideous shriek of derision cut through the icy blackened night as I struck those horrid, accursed features again and again. Its thorned hands waved and flailed, grabbing hold of me. For a second I thought it was going to tear me from the inside of the cabin. Then the winter frost came to my defense. The beast slipped from its footing on a pipe which clung to the outside of the rickety old shack, and as I clawed at its face with utter disgust, the creature fell the 6 or 7 feet to the ground below. The sound of something hurt lying beneath the shattered window broke my daze as I stared at the contents of my hands. Where there once had been eyes, the face now stared eyeless at me. Where there once had been a mouth, the creature gaped wide, lifeless, jawless, and utterly without agency. For in my fading grip lay the torn and crumpled remains of a mask. On the ground below, a man writhed in pain, wrapped in the vestiges of a hulking, false, monstrous suit, the fall having knocked the wind out of him. Something then moved in the darkness nearby, a patter of feet, light and agile. Susie, my soon-to-be ex-wife, the one I'd adored and agonized over. Well, she screamed, attending to her lover on the ground, my closest and dearest friend Jay, the beast of Blackwood Forest. Susie looked up at me with hatred and contempt in her eyes, but I couldn't muster anger nor jealousy. All I could think of was that I must have been a monster to have deserved such malice from those I loved, the 2 people I trusted most in the world. Jay slowly rose to his feet, and yet he could not acknowledge me. He could not look up to the friend he'd betrayed. Then it came. Finally, my heart began to give in. Not at fright or fear, but at sadness, loss, the anguish of a broken heart. I stood up clutching my chest, and as I staggered backwards, I saw the smiling face of Susie, and then the words of my once trusted friend. Oh, thank God. They embraced beneath the window as I fell to the cold and solid wooden cabin floor, and yet I did not lose consciousness. The pain was agonizing, but nothing compared to the sharp incisions made by each word spoken from below the window. What are we going to do about the window? Susie asked. I'll just say that he smashed it during the heart attack. But maybe they'll guess. No, baby, they won't guess anything. He'll be dead and we can start a new life together when the insurance pays out. Now you need to go back to the woods and go home. I'll clean up here and then phone an ambulance once I'm sure he's gone. I almost chuckled to myself as I writhed around helpless on the floor. I'd hoped that Susie had refused a divorce because of love, because deep down she still wanted me. But instead it was only to hang on to how much money my death would make for her. For a while I heard Jay slip and swear as he attempted to climb up the wooden window once more, but each time he failed to pull himself inside. He then changed tactic and tried to push at the door, but again I'd barricaded it effectively, and obviously he didn't want to force it and leave further evidence of foul play. And it was then that he started shouting in anger, even cursing my name of all things. It was only a matter of time before he got in, cleaned the place up and told the police how sorry he was that his dear old friend's heart just gave up. My last thoughts were of my daughter, never having the chance to fix my mistakes as a father. And I finally passed out. And yet my assumed death was not to be. I woke to find myself in the white glow of a hospital room, my hand held tightly by my daughter, who slept in a chair next to my bed. The doctor who attended to me said that I'd suffered another heart attack, but one which was not as severe as the last, and while I was to take it easy, with some therapy I would recover. The police were keen to speak with me. I gave them my account of what had occurred, and they in turn told me all they knew. My unconscious body had been discovered next to a main road just outside of Blackwood Forest, on the outskirts of the nearest town. The cabin was thoroughly searched and was found in the same condition I'd left it in, the window smashed and the front door locked and barricaded from the inside. There was no trace of Jay or my wife. They simply could not be found. The only evidence that they'd ever been there were the footprints in the mud around the cabin, accompanied by a third, much larger set, which led back, deep, into Blackwood Forest. Well, something that never fails to amaze me about Michael Whitehouse's writing is just the way he just builds and builds atmosphere. It's absolutely drenched in it, in that story. Pretty simple premise, but tense. And what a twist ending. What did you think of that one? Now, that's another classic from about 10 years ago, which for some reason I've only just got around to reading. And of course I was inspired by the response to the one I did a couple of nights ago. So I thought, yes, I have to do this one as well. Well, my dear friends, what did you think of that? Thoughts, feelings, anything else you want to share in the comment section below the video? And as ever, I will do my best to join in the conversation. Well, that is it for this evening. Back again very soon with something else as equally creepy, I hope. Till the next time, my dear friends, very, very sweet dreams and bye-bye. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. It really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye. It's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. Okay then, my dear friends, let me see if I can tempt you into sticking around for tonight's story. Utah's wilderness is famous for its breathtaking beauty. Towering red cliffs, endless canyons, miles of hiking trails that disappear into some of the most remote landscapes in America. But not everyone who enters those trails comes back the same. When a hiker sets out on what should be a routine trek through the backcountry, he expects steep climbs, stunning views, and perhaps a few close encounters with wildlife. What he doesn't expect is the feeling that something is following him. At first, it's easy to dismiss. Strange footprints, distant sounds echoing through the canyon walls. But then, night falls. Tonight's story is a chilling journey into one of the most isolated corners of the American West, where the greatest danger may not be the unforgiving landscape, but the thing waiting beyond the next bend in the trail. There's a Deceiver in the Hills of Utah, by Reflexion. Part 1. In the world of a private reporter, one can and likely will be subject to a variety of strange occurrences. The allure to this, for me at least, is that I strive to be the first to document them and decode the underlying mystery. The story I'm working on at the moment is unlike anything I've seen before. Truly, it's the most bizarre incident I've ever had the pleasure of investigating. Well, Maybe pleasure isn't the right word to describe yesterday's events, but I'd be a liar to say that this one hasn't got me riled up. My name's Louis Amar, though most refer to me as Lou in person. Perhaps excessive syllables aren't worth the time for most, but I've never objected to the name. I've been a private reporter, investigator to an extent, for the majority of my adult life. I suppose that in some ways my passion is similar to that held by mountain climbers, cavers, and other such hobbyists. The endless search for virgin territory to sink my teeth into. But, as evidenced by my experience, some things are not worth the intrigue, but better left alone, to stagnate outside of public awareness. I'm getting ahead of myself. Now, let me begin at the beginning, at the flame which ignited the trailing fuse. I live in a relatively large town in Utah, you know, the Red Rock type of place, broiling summers and usually mild winters. The cold is dispelled much by the town's surroundings, sheltered by hills and mountains, though on the flip side it turns into a greenhouse out of hell in the hotter months as a result. Now all of this started yesterday. Been running dry on juicy stories to dig into for a few weeks and was just going about my weekly routines. I found myself ambling down the cracked pavement, heading to my favorite grocery store to stock up. I mean, there wasn't anything massively special about Rockamart, but I always found the staff there to be the friendliest of all, often finding myself late to other deadlines for the day as I lost myself in conversation with Jimmy, the store clerk. Now, my usual venture was cut short when I spotted a boy stumbling down the road. Not the pavement, the road. Couldn't have been more than 17. He seemed to be in a fugue state. This wasn't a huge shock to me, though, seeing as the heat could quickly force heat stroke on a person if they aren't careful about sunscreen and water intake, even in the spring months. I slowed my pace, scuffing my trainers on the asphalt, and whipped out my phone to take a recording of this, just in case anything concerning happened. It took a considerable amount of time for the teen to wobble his way close enough to discern anything else, but when he did, my worries started to blossom upon seeing the details. And the first thing I noticed was his eyes. He didn't seem to have any control over them whatsoever. Instead, they were lazily rolling around in his sockets like poorly fitting glass eyes. Full-on googly eyes. I'm glad I decided to film in retrospect because it became apparent that he was babbling about something. His words were messy, as if haphazardly plucked out of an alphabet soup. The only words I caught at the time were, "We take, it takes, can't stop knowing, and give it back." Of course, all this meant nothing to me at first. Simply the sun-beaten ramblings of someone who needed assistance. I moved toward him with the intention of helping, which seemed to draw his attention. He almost tripped over as he turned toward me, before messily jogging his way over. In an instant, he had his dry, almost scaly hands wrapped around my shoulders, uttering further nonsense in an apparent attempt to tell me something of utmost importance. I kept recording, though the footage consisted only of the boy's dusty tank top and frayed jean shorts. Other than his previous phrases, I wasn't able to catch much else, other than his frequent repetition of variants of, "Stop thinking." Tried to pry myself from his grip, but his hands were white-knuckled in determination to tell me something, an effort which in the end amounted to nothing. I started to panic, fearing he might accidentally hurt me in his stupor. Images of my skull cracked open on the curb flashed across my mind, when a strange movement within his eyes caught my attention. It looked like his eyes were reflecting some dazzling light source, dancing around on their glassy surfaces. I only saw this for a moment before the kid's eyelids drooped and he loosened his grip. He proceeded to stumble his way down the road a while longer, before catching his foot on the curb and meeting the fate I'd previously imagined awaiting me. I heard a sickening crack as his forehead struck the dry pavement, and the shape of his head notably shifted on the inside. Of course, I was stunned at what I'd just witnessed, but I was present enough to notice that despite such a fatal head injury, blood leaked from his head as infrequent droplets, leading to bright crimson splashes against the contrast of the drab asphalt. Now, normally such an accident would leave a miniature sanguine pond in its wake, but not this time. And the weight of the situation hit me, and I resisted curiosity, to reel myself back from dissociated awe. My camera app was still recording, so I ended the video and pulled up the keypad, dialing 911 and requesting immediate medical assistance. During the 5 to 10 minutes before the ambulance arrived, I made my way over to the boy and rolled him onto his side. With his hair hanging back, I could see the injury in full, and it wasn't as bad as I'd expected. Still, no signs of life were left in the eyes of this poor kid, and his chest remained still. What lay before me was no longer a person. No thoughts or hopes bounding around in that dead skull. The paramedics were quick to swipe him up and ship him away, but the futility was evident in their expressions, eyes hanging low. After they drove away at the solemn speed of a hearse, I was left standing alone, with no evidence for what had just happened other than a few stray red drops on the road and, of course, my footage. I went about my grocery shopping without any attempts at socializing, and hurried home so as to review the footage, though most importantly to back it up. A mobile phone can be a fleeting thing in comparison to the online storage service I'd been subscribed to for some years now. So I got home, unpacked, and set my focus on rewatching the video over and over in hopes I could unearth something that I hadn't at first noticed. Honestly, the guy was so out of it, I wasn't able to decrypt very much other than a few things. First, I noticed a detail that had been glossed over before. Around the upper portion of the kid's head, there was a very faint mark, circling the perimeter of his skull. It was no surprise I hadn't noticed it, seeing as how faint it was, but it looked like something like, well, a pink scar tissue. There was no point in going any further with this, with no background on this guy, but it went into my notepad nonetheless. Second, and lastly, I was indeed able to make out some more of his words, but the rest remained a nonsensical tumble-dryer of letters and sounds. Most of what I could discern is irrelevant to my writing here, but at 2 points in the video I distinctly made out the words northwest, western, in the hills, up at between those peaks, the red and the dust and the red and the rust. This may seem useless to even consider building upon, but as a journalist, those words made a big difference in this new project. Well, not at first. At the end of the day, it was just a tragic event, a life removed too soon. But my loose transcript proved its worth after meeting with one of my good friends, Davis, who just so happened to be in the local police division. I contacted him about what had happened, and to my surprise, he replied with an invitation, rather than just the fleeting interest I'd expected. Apparently an autopsy was required as the boy's death couldn't be sufficiently explained by his head injury, which was found to be minor. Davis asked if he was free to meet in a local park later in the day, so we could discuss the mystery surrounding this kid. Something about a staggering post-mortem discovery. So, as planned, I met with Davis on the Jerusalem Green. I found him smoking on a park bench overlooking the park, but he didn't seem overjoyed upon seeing me. He looked more, well, paranoid than anything. After finding my seat, he skipped any formalities and was straight to the point. So, I could get in a lot of shit for this, Lou. I don't want to be here too long. Yeah, of course. I really appreciate your help here, man. Okay, I'm gonna make this quick. This is the kind of case that gets the attention of the higher-ups. So I'll tell you this once and once only. Kid's name was Aiden O'Leary. Well, his serious tone quickly had the same effect on me, and I lowered my voice, glancing left to right a couple of times to make sure we had no unwelcome eavesdroppers. We sat in silence for a moment, as I stared at Davis expectantly. So, you know how they had to do the autopsy? Couldn't determine a believable cause of death, so they cut him open, yada yada. Well, they ended up examining his brain, sawing through bone. Well, you get the picture. Damn. Did they figure out what happened to him? Brain damage, stroke, something like that? They found nothing. Oh, well, that's unfortunate, I guess. No, Lewis. They found nothing. Literally. The kid was hollow-headed, not in the metaphorical sense. No brain, not even residual parts. Some evil fuck cut his head open, most likely. Well, even being second-hand to this revelation, I was shocked and appalled that anyone could do this to an adolescent. It dawned on me after processing what I'd just heard, the glaringly obvious sore thumb about the whole thing. Well then, how was he alive? How long for? My questions garnered no response. Instead, Davis just sat there, dead-eyed and slowly shaking his head. Well, I relented and just sat with him, sharing a moment of baffled silence. I can't tell you anything else, man. I'm already risking my job, so if you don't mind, I'll be off now. Nice seeing you. And with that, he was gone, back to his daily schedule. The walk back was slow, energy redirected into my thoughts as I ran through the endless possibilities of explanations which might change the pure impossibility of the incident. Even after getting back and sitting at my desk, my fingers lay idly on the work surface as my mind raced in a desperate effort to understand. Well, I haven't come to any adequate conclusion yet, so I've decided I'm going to go look into the kid's identity. See if I can't find his socials, figure out what he's been doing, where he was last seen. Well, you get the idea. And I'll be contacting my partner in crime, Annie, also a journalist. Hopefully she'll help in having a different perspective, something like that. Hopefully she's not too busy. Well, honestly, I have a feeling she'll shelf whatever she's working on in favor of looking into this. So, if it works out, we'll be spending the rest of the day doing research. Part 2. Oh, hey all. Well, a lot has happened during the last day or so. I've calmed down a bit, so hopefully my writing will make some sense. Well, much to my delight, Annie was enthralled to join me in this, and came over to my place pretty much as soon as the text appeared as read. I brought her up to speed on the info I'd gotten, thanks once again to Davis. Annie is much more techie than I am, so she took the reins in researching any possible leads concerning the kid's online presence. After a few search queries and new tabs, she found a matching Facebook page for Aidan O'Leary. And luckily for us, he seemed to be quite active on the site, posting pictures and videos of events and places he'd been to. Of course, what we were looking for was anything that could hint to us at his last known location. Lo and behold, it's exactly what we found. Well, we assumed that to be so, given his following radio silence. It was a selfie picture of himself and a friend on a hiking trail somewhere up in the hills. Both were kitted out with a generic set of backpacks, cargo shorts, sunglasses, the whole package. The image was captioned, "What a great day to be out in nature. Wish you guys could see the view from up here." Even better, there was a location tag on the post. Nothing specific, of course, but it was labeled as being in or around the Salt Point Trails, a network of time-worn paths hewn throughout an area of the local hill range. The place was almost a 50-minute drive away, which, in the scale of the country, is nothing at all. With some additional link clicking, we discovered that the buddy he'd been out with, along with himself, had also been reported missing over 2 weeks ago. I don't mean to be rude, Davis, but during that time I hadn't even heard of this, let alone any efforts to track them down. Anyhow, Annie and I had a free schedule for a good few days, so we decided on heading out there straight away. We made sure to pack all the necessary things: food, hiking poles, a small tent, probably more power banks than we needed. Well, you get the picture. I may be a journalist, but I've gone on my fair share of treks living in this part of the country. I mean, how could you not? Sure, it can get sweltering in the summer months, but quite frankly, that's easily ignored in favor of seeing the exquisite landscape. Besides, it's spring anyway. Not too hot, not too cold. Just about right. I was relieved to find Annie's backup screen wash bottle by the time we arrived. Must have used 2/3 of the tank already, washing away the orange dust that gathered around the windshield the way iron filings would to a magnet. Annie isn't a small person by any means, but with myself being 6'1", I was bestowed the burden of carrying the heaviest load. In other words, I ended up lugging the tent bag up rocky, arid slopes and through spiky tall grass. No luck found us for over an hour as we plodded on through the heat. After summiting a particularly merciless hill, I was caught off guard by Annie pointing something out with an abrupt, "Hey, look!" Came to a stop and dropped my pack, giving myself a breather. "What?" "If you're gawking at those trees over there, just keep in mind we didn't come out here to absorb nature." "Huh? No, Lou. Look at the ground over there." I followed the direction of her outstretched finger to see what looked like heavy and rushed footprints in the sand ahead of us. They weren't anything special, maybe left behind by a jogger or something. I didn't really understand what had Annie so captivated. "You really need me to point it out for you? An investigative journalist?" she gasped, still out of breath. Yeah, actually. They're just footprints." "No. Look. Clearly whoever made these was running in the opposite direction to us, and they lead off the trail just over there." I looked over in turn, and she was right. Still wasn't anything particularly noteworthy, but it did stir my thinking brain into wondering where this person had come from, out in the brush, and why they'd been in such a hurry. "No stone left unturned," Annie said smugly. "That's not even how you use that. Okay, fine, noted." We continued along the track, head swiveled to the left to see if we could track the prints any further. Well, to our surprise, the prints came back up onto the trail, at which point a large area of scuffed sand and rocks became apparent. A scuffle, looks like. What from, though? I pondered. Annie simply nodded as she observed the surroundings, panning around for any further details. She seemed to do a double take and stared at something. Does that look like a rock to you?" she said, her tone lowered. I gazed over to what she was looking at and was struck with a similar confusion. A football-sized stone lay beside the disturbed sand, but I'd never seen anything like it. Parts of it shone, glistening with an odd, desaturated hue. I say that because the stone here is generally orange or red. The spots where the sun glinted off, almost dazzlingly, were much closer to grey in colour. On top of that, it had a bizarre texture to it, wavy and grooved, almost like... Annie cautiously approached the foreign object, then crouched down, swiping brunette strands out of her face. She prodded it with her walking pole. My brow furrowed further when, in response, the thing jiggled, like it was made of jelly. "Wait, no, it's... Holy shit, Lou. It's a brain." "What?" "A brain. I'm no anatomist, but that looks awfully similar to a human brain." The realization made me recoil in disgust. With morbidly comedic timing, the smell hit my nostrils. The sickly sweet stench of past fresh meat, festering in the midday heat. But it didn't smell like your bog-standard rotten flesh. No, there was an almost smoky hint to it. One could have chalked that up to the sun acting as an open cooker, but after willing myself to inspect the brain more closely, I realized it was covered in scorches and severe burn marks. "Hey, doesn't look like there was any wildfire here, right?" I asked Annie, who'd also noticed the oddity. "Well, if there was, it was a stealthy one," she half-heartedly joked. Not the time, Annie." We should have turned back then. Don't know why we kept going. Maybe because I'd been running dry on meaty stories, and maybe to get to the bottom of this conundrum, I don't know. It was irresponsible, yes, but something deeper in the mountains was calling out to me, asking me to come and see what it was hiding. The terrain was more forgiving now, at the very least, and with the sunset came a cool blanket of dusk air, which felt great. We settled on walking for another 40 or 50 minutes before setting up camp and calling it a day. I couldn't help but feel uneasy, hiking through the quickly darkening valley, though thankfully the right of the path was mostly clear, giving the growing moonlight a straight shot to illuminate our route. Darkness took residence in the shrubs and trees around us. At some point, I can't remember when, I had the distinct feeling that we were being watched from somewhere out of sight. A few times I thought I heard rustling nearby, but remained vigilant, keeping the lid on the creeping dread that wished to overtake me. I was so focused on settling my mind that I didn't even notice Annie had stopped dead in her tracks, and I bumped into her back. I went to apologize before seeing her frozen stance. Understanding it was best to keep quiet, I followed her gaze to see, to my horror, a hairy face peeking out from the bushes to our left. The fluorescent green eye shine from Annie's torch betrayed a goddamned mountain lion. Of course, just our luck. The bastard had probably only just now come out to hunt, and its eyes were set on us. If you ever come across a mountain lion out in the hills, you can be sure that it saw you a good while before you noticed. It seemed to register its hiding place had been foiled, and it slinked out onto the path ahead of us. Slowly, back away, I whispered. I remembered then the rule of making yourself as big as possible, but we had no coats to spread open. So I came closer to Annie and said, "Hey, get up on my shoulders, quick." She understood my intent and followed my instructions, after I'd bent down onto one knee. I grasped her shins in my hands and stood back up with some effort. Oh, the big cat didn't seem to like this and recoiled momentarily, before composing itself and letting out a low growl. If you've ever heard the growl of a mountain lion, you'll understand the primal fear it instills. Methodically, it resumed its movement toward us, testing the limits to see how close it could get before striking. Panicking, I kicked a stone at it with as much force as someone carrying a person could give. It yowled in surprise for a second, but this one was determined and continued its approach. It was then that the rapidly forming cloud formation that smothered the moonlight came to my attention. Somewhere far above the peaks ahead, swirling grey clouds grew into a dense mass of mind-bending coils. It happened so suddenly that I almost dropped Annie. An intense light flickered on from somewhere inside that murky nebula, before an intense beam of light erupted from within. It was the most powerful spotlight I'd ever seen, panning across the valley in cicada-like movements, searching for something. Every time it swiveled, a distant vibration could be heard, which I imagine is what also drew the mountain lion's attention away from us. Before I could even turn all the way to look, the white floodlight fell upon it. Instantly, the cat fell onto its side, yowling and screeching while it convulsed in pain. Even from a distance, I could see its hairs singe and smoke, its skin bubbling as if exposed to the surface of the sun, before pale white flames spewed out from its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and in an instant completely engulfed the wailing animal. The poor creature screamed unrelentingly for what felt like hours, when in reality it was more like 20 seconds or so, until just as quickly as it had settled, the spotlight started its frantic motion once more. Annie broke our shared stupor and pushed herself off of my shoulders with adrenaline-fueled agility. She grabbed me by the wrist and hauled me over to a large boulder off to the right to take cover. Mere seconds after we'd reached it, the gleam cast the rock's shadow, which stretched out far behind us. And there we sat, shivering in fear, contrasting the unmoving light that waited for us to emerge. For the following 5 minutes, my heart yearned to leap out from my chest, and so when we were once again plunged into darkness, the relief washed over me in waves. I waited another few minutes, looking into Annie's wide grey eyes, before daring to glance out from behind the rock. Those clouds were gone, but underneath where they once were, I saw something that, somehow, I hadn't initially seen. There looked to be some building higher up on the slope of a large hill. It was dark and distant, but even then I recognized the architecture to be unlike any other structure you might find in the state, or hell, the country even. After feeling like I'd stared longer than I considered safe, I returned behind the boulder and looked over to Annie, who was just as shaken as I was. With an effort to ignore the smell of burnt hair and flesh, we set up our tent without a word and climbed inside. Well, thank God there's reception out here. The sole fact of having access to the internet calmed my nerves enough for me to write this up. Well, we're going to sleep this feeling off, hopefully. I haven't told Annie about that building up ahead. I'll show her tomorrow. But even then it'll take some convincing to get her to come. I know. How could I possibly want to go any further after what I've just seen? Well, call me crazy, but the events of today have only added more fuel to the fire of my intrigue. Part 3. This may be the last time I'll ever be able to talk. After the shit Annie and I had to witness today, I'm no longer sure we'll be able to return with our story. Maybe all will be in the end are faces printed on paper posters, piled up in a dust-ridden cabinet with the rest of them. I'm compelled to write this so that at least someone out there will know where we went and what's happening here. Okay, just needed to get that out there. So here's the events of today. Hey, good morning. You sleep okay? Was my first sentence of the day, knowing full well that neither I nor Annie got any sufficient rest. I don't think anyone could after watching a mountain lion be torched into a mass of blackened flesh and bone by a giant spotlight in the sky. After we got up, I hesitantly went over to the remains of said animal to get a closer look. As a journalist, you have to overcome even the most repulsive of details for the sake of having an accurate writer. Well, as I'd expected, the mountain lion now more closely resembled a flaky hunk of charcoal, completely burnt out. But even in this state, tiny flickering sprites of those pale flames danced around the edges of its frame, as well as inside its mouth. I took pictures, of course, all the more resources to use later on, however morbid. Annie stood at a distance, letting me do the examination. She crossed her arms, each grasping the other, her face painted with a pitied grimace. She was most definitely reluctant, but her interest was stolen away after I pointed out the peculiar structure a mile or so up ahead. That isn't to say she'd brushed off the situation, though. What is that architecture? It's so, familiar, but not exactly, Annie said, bemused, still with some lingering anxiety. Reminds me of those little Hindu temples. You know, what's the word? Recursive? Well, I think the right term is tiered, but yeah. If that there's an entrance, though, it looks more fitting for a Buddhist monastery, replied Annie. I searched for the structure she was referring to and quickly came to a similar conclusion. We were still too far away to make out any finer details, but a large doorway on its left side was embraced by a curving, frame-like structure, accented with red and gold. Well, shall I go check it out? I asked. Annie went to speak, but hesitated, and the words sat on her tongue. She breathed, and then said shakily, "That's where that thing was above there, right?" I mean, yeah, but it couldn't penetrate a simple rock, let alone a whole building. Plus, it doesn't seem to like the daylight. Come on, Annie. This could be the biggest scoop of our lives. Admittedly, I cringed a little at that last statement, but it seemed to lighten her mood a bit. It still took some more convincing, but eventually she acquiesced. God, how could I have been so stupid? It wasn't worth it. It really wasn't worth it. We made it to the slope below the building in good time, but the climb was definitely the most challenging. The loose rocks and grass provided poor footholds, and I became confused as to how anyone was intended to travel to and from this place. By the time we reached the top, we were both coated in sticky burrs from the knee down. Those spiky little balls, I mean, those things that cling on for dear life no matter how you try to brush them off. And it was even more beautiful up close. Intricately carved supports lining the outside, and the gold paint which glimmered with pride. We stood outside for a while, and I took some photos, obviously. During that time, we neither saw nor heard any signs of life at all. While this eased us into entering, it also had a vaguely sinister undertone. All that was just feelings from first impressions. But we should have listened to our guts. Entering, we made it a short distance in before a robed figure revealed themselves from behind a pillar, with such elegance that the lustrous fabrics seemed to dance. Annie was startled, but I jumped backwards at least 3 feet. The person, who we found was a man, was dressed in blue, red, and white robes, and had a slightly off-putting haircut. Concentric rings of shaven hair centered around the top of his head. He looked between us once, twice, and his mildly irritated expression grew into a knowing smile. "Welcome, friends. You know this is trespassing, yes?" Sorry. We were hiking through the area and saw this place up above. Decided to check it out. Look, we'll leave if it's causing any trouble," I apologized. "Oh, don't fret. This is a place of peace. If you'd like, I can show you around this haven. All I ask is that you do not raise your voice." I looked over to Annie, then back to the man, and nodded in silent agreement. "Wonderful. My name is Domimica. I'm a priest of sorts." Nice to meet you," we said in unison. "Now, please follow me this way. There is much for you to see." This was crazy. What religion was being practiced here, I wondered. There weren't any giveaways in particular, but my attention was quickly drawn to the bizarre layout of the place. We turned and snaked through narrow corridors, like navigating a maze. And the thought occurred that, in an emergency, we might not be able to find our way out alone. But I pushed that notion away after Domimico led us into a long room, wider than the passages before. The sides of the chamber were carved into large steps, upon which sat several monks, appearing to be deeper in meditation than I thought possible. I could just barely make out the gentle rising and falling of chests, but no other movement otherwise. Each monk wore a strangely shaped hat. They were shaped like a funnel, one end wider as if to fit over their heads, and the other upper end also fanned out into a smaller open mouth. I stealthily snapped some pictures of the scene, hoping our guide wouldn't notice. He didn't. Well, I thought so, at least. Annie then piped up, intrigued. "So how long do these guys stay like this? Per day, I mean." "Oh, it varies much. We have no desire nor need to rest in this state. Some have been communing here for months, others a year or more." What? A year? No one can meditate for that long, can they? Annie's confused barrage had no effect on Domimica, as he continued his slow strides down the length of the room. "As I've said, they commune, not meditate. You are indeed correct. Even the most dedicated are unwilling to empty their mind for such long periods. This is not what our practice entails." Well, I was hooked now. "Communing? What do you mean?" He didn't reply, instead beckoning us to follow him to the next location of interest. After more of the same coiling tunnels, we emerged out into the biggest room yet. The outer walls were lined with small carved pillars, which segmented the view of the scenery, and the floor was so polished I could practically see the pores on my face when I looked into it. Incense burners littered the area, and what appeared to be brass tools of some kind were hung on the pillars. But by far the most staggering feature was the gargantuan object that rested in the center of the room. Dozens more monks encircled this object, all still and silent statues. The more I tried to work out what this thing was, the more I was pulled to it. There was some allure to it which transcended any rational explanation. Ah, here we are. This, my friends, is our connection to the great well, stalwart and steady. Annie was trapped in the same trance as I was, and slowly circled the artifact in awe. "Is it a tree?" she asked. "Dear me, no," chuckled Domimica. "No, this is what remains of one of the 9 beings. It's how we are able to communicate and weave our minds into the great well." Upon processing his words, I came to the realization that we were standing before a skull of an immense proportion. The symmetry gave it away, but it didn't resemble any species I could think of, especially any of that size. This thing was bigger than a school bus. Scaffolding adorned one side, with steps leading up to the top. The square plate on its crown looked out of place, looked like a wooden hatch with a brass handle affixed. I thought back to what Domimica had said, and a question came to mind. You keep talking about this well. I'm guessing that's metaphorical? Like, it's not an actual well where you'd bring water out from. Before I could get an answer, 2 others entered the room. The simple notion that there were more people here that weren't among the unmoving monks shocked me, if only for a moment. Domimica's face lit up at this. "Ah, good morning, Yerhemi. I see that this one is ready. Marvelous." "Indeed, his affinity for the well is exceptional. I am sure of this," said the man called Yerhemi in a rather breathy voice. He escorted with him a monk of younger age, leading him to the wooden steps beside the great skull. They ascended, and upon reaching the top, Yerhemi gently grasped the young man's head and muttered something to him, in a whisper I couldn't quite make out. His face was solemn in that moment, but that quickly fell away to a blank expression. The man then turned and knelt down over the hatch, reaching out his hand and pulling it open. He remained on his knees and bowed his head forward, where he remained still. At this point, I started recording a video of the ordeal. This was way too interesting to pass off. Yerhemi then produced a metallic object from somewhere. I didn't see how he could have stored it within his robes, but nonetheless, there it was. It was a large, flat band shaped into a ring, bearing tiny mechanisms on the interior, slit-like holes with thinner protrusions emerging from them. I began to grow concerned when he leant down and carefully fitted the object onto the young man's head. Then it all happened so quick. Yerhemi engaged a lock of some kind, then with great force pulled out a lever from the ring I hadn't noticed before. The switch was flipped 180, and the band was then twisted around the monk's head. So much blood gushed down the man's face. It was a spilled paint can of crimson hue. He shuddered, whimpered, and cried all the while, struggling to stay in place as Yerhemi performed one final twist. With it came a repulsive sound of suction as he pulled the tool up and away, taking with it the top of the monk's skull. My legs felt weak. All I could muster was a frail whimper in response to what had just happened. Annie, wide-eyed, had one hand on the wall behind us, steadying herself. I forgot my phone was still recording, only capturing my feet on the shiny floor, before I realized and stopped the video. Sliding my phone away, I stammered out to no one in particular. I think we should go now. Annie, let's go. Domimica interjected. My apologies, but I cannot allow that. You agreed to see all that there is, yes. You haven't yet witnessed the full ceremony." I made a move toward the doorway, and he brought his fingers to his lips in response. By blowing through his fingers, a high-pitched whistle rang out, and at the exact same moment, 4 of the previously dormant monks shot up and walked toward us with purpose. In groups of 2, they held Annie and myself by the arms and turned us to face the grotesque ritual once again. This time, Hemi held a pair of long-handled scissors and inserted them into the slit made at the base of the young man's skull. He snipped once, twice, 3 times, and then removed the instrument. Next, in the horrifying slideshow of surgical operations, he used what I presumed to be the same scalpel that had made the previous incision and began to slice away at the edges of the exposed grey matter. Off peeled the translucent veil from the brain's folds, and yet Hemi allowed it to slide out into his hand with a wet slap. Please, I don't want to look. Let us go," I yelped, as Hemi once more held the bloodied scissors. Reaching down into the vacant cranium, he went on to cut twice, severing what I can only imagine to be the poor man's optic nerves, and I heard the monk whispering, "Dark. It's dark." I felt hot vomit churn in the back of my throat as the freed brain was held up, like Simba in The Lion King, before it was dropped into the open hatch, and it was gone. The hatch was closed, and Hemi returned to the monk with the circular instrument, still holding the skull's upper half. He placed it back onto the man's head and fastened it with a twist of some dial or knob. By this point, the monk whose body had been so violated now looked calm, serene. No more did agonized gasps escape his mouth, and his shivering slowed to a stop. Yet Hemi bent down, then rose again, holding a metal jug of some kind. He opened the lid, allowing steam to billow out, and plunged a brush inside. Bringing it out, I could see it was now coated in hot, melted wax, which he then painted around the head of the newly thoughtless monk. Finally, he produced another of those funnel-shaped hats and pressed it firmly onto the man's head, holding it for several moments until the wax had set. It was over, thank God. The monk rose to his feet and was escorted back down the scaffolding. After reaching the floor, he paced out into the room on his own and sat down amongst the others in silent communion. Well, I could only repeat, "Why?" Though the more pressing question that didn't occur to me at the time was, how? After a deep inhale, Domimaka declared, "Glorious it is. Today a person was lost, but a receptor gained, who will one day be accepted by the vast well and guide us in the forthcoming days." I was dumbstruck at how the man in front of me saw joy in whatever the fuck had just happened. Still, a false hope grew that we'd been subjected to all he intended us to see. "Okay, that was definitely something. Can we go now?" Annie said in a weak and croaky voice. "I implore you, stay. If your thoughts are of pain or worry, dispel them. We have no intent on harming you or your friend here." And with that, the false hope was shattered into 1,000 pieces, and we were practically carried by robotic monks to a room up in the next floor. They shut us inside and left us. The far side bore the same ornate pillars, though much more closely packed together, so that they more resembled cell bars than anything. I waited for a few minutes and then tried to leave. The door wasn't locked, but swung open to reveal 2 of the stone-faced monks, as if they were waiting for me to try it. In perfect synchrony, they stepped forward and shoved me back inside, pulling the door firmly closed once more. And so, yeah. As of now, we're being held against our will in some temple of an indiscernible faith. I said it once, and I'll say it again. Thank fuck for the internet. Don't know what I'd do if I couldn't communicate what we're going through right now. I don't trust the priest, but I can only hope that he is no liar. I would say pray for us, but I doubt God's grace covers this domain. I still have the means to update everyone by the end of tomorrow. I'll be doing just that. Part 4. Hello all. To any who harbor growing concern, ease your hearts. I won't lie and say that I feel safe now, for I don't believe this to be true. But I'm not in any direct danger. I don't see the harm or mutilation I have seen here to await me. Well, I plan to leave tomorrow. Just being in this place is having an effect on me, one which I no longer desire to experience. But I fear that I'll leave here alone. Fear, no, perhaps that isn't the right word. Maybe the word for this feeling hasn't yet been conceived of. In any case, I don't like it. I don't like it here. Annie and I managed to get some sleep. In fact, the beds provided were quite comfortable, with linen spreads and woolen pillows to rest our heads. Yet I was awoken by something during the early hours. My eyes flickered open, but there was nothing noticeable at first that could have caused this. I had no need to use a restroom, nor was I thirsty. I searched for what could have possibly roused me for a while, until I realized that it had been there since I'd re-emerged from sleep. A low harmony of uncountable tones sang out from somewhere. I felt in particular that it came from somewhere above us, but with how the frequencies merged and separated, interwove and unwound, it made it difficult to pinpoint. I had no worry, well, not at first. But the longer I listened, the more my mind became in tune with the soothing vibrations, and the less I found my ability to think clearly. My train of thought was constantly derailed, or switched lanes, without my conscious choice. The thoughts, musings, they became disordered, and often felt as if they were not my own. It was when I began to make out voices, for lack of a better term. Not those that you'd hear spoken, travelling as molecular vibrations in the air. No, they were better described as how one might hear their internal monologue. Only the words and ideas conveyed were foreign, unfamiliar. They were not mine. I can't recall anything distinct with how they overlapped, becoming one and then separate again in an endless chain of order struggling against entropy. I suddenly considered the notion that if I listened for too long, they would replace my own internal self entirely. That idea terrified me more than anything had before, and I was quick to dive back under the covers and fold the pillow tightly around my head. The relentless cognitive noise settled, and I found sleep again. I was disturbed once more, this time with faint orange rays pouring in through the gaps between the pillars. Unlike before, I immediately registered that a sound had woken me, and I shot up into a sitting position to see Annie had done the same. Standing at the door, holding it open, was Domimaka. I hope you have found rest this night. I have brought some things to refresh the both of you that I feel you will enjoy. He carried with him a large wooden tray, which held 2 steaming earthenware cups and an assortment of fresh foods. I shot Annie an inquisitive glance, and her returned expression agreed the sentiment. Now, excuse my French, but the food was frickin' delicious. I don't think I've ever had a more fulfilling breakfast in my life, and even now I strive to be able to cook a morning meal that could even begin to rival it. The cups held some kind of herbal tea, which invigorated my body and cured any lingering tiredness from my interrupted sleep. We ate cheeses, bread, fruits, and vegetables, the likes of which had never blessed my tongue with such wonders. My only complaint is that it was too good, and we were finished without taking the time to savor it. Domimaka seemed pleased with our reception and waited patiently until we were ready to walk with him. The breakfast, fit for a lord, did not dispel the memories of what we'd experienced yesterday, though, and I made an effort to bear that in mind. As we walked down a long, straight hallway, I gave Annie the liberty of asking the questions this time, though she definitely bordered on interrogation at some points. I chose to remain silent, in part because of the residual horror of yesterday's events. The monks here, the ones who sit still for as long as you've described, how are they alive if their brains are gone? As I have said, they become receptacles in which the great well of thought may reside, in some capacity. Their minds are not here, but there, as droplets of oil in an ocean, so that they are preserved as individuals. All the while, Annie was writing all this down on a notepad, as was I. Having two versions to compare is infinitely better than one, in my eyes at least. She continued with pre-planned questions, instead of delving further into the answers she received. This well you talk about so often, what are you referring to? The huge skull you showed us yesterday? The great well of thought, my friend. Would you lend me your ear? Allow me to enlighten you on why this place came to be? Of course, Annie replied instantly. Domimikar was silent for a time, seeming to ponder how to start the tale he was about to tell us. His head tilted back, eyes closed, before he returned to composure and spoke. Before us, there were 9 beings who walked the earth as one of its innate properties. Of these beings, they shared but one mind, a vast sea in which their ideas, thoughts, and concepts came to fruition, and so would these manifest in the physical realm as they desired. However, despite the limitless potential for creation, they felt hollow deep inside. While good were they as one perfect collective, with nothing else to witness them. With much pondering, they conceived of free will, so they might create an independent being, but one with access to their great mind, in which they could think, ponder, and muse. As the source of the being's creations, the mind was something they could not replicate, so their only choice was to share a portion of their own. Annie seemed entranced by his telling, and had stopped writing. I kept on with it, though, as her backup. What good is a single living being with no companions, no way to pass on their ideas and their memories? The beings understood this as well, and begot living creatures able to propagate through time. The mechanisms would vary, but most were successful. And with each new generation came a variation in their being, slight changes which morphed and shaped their forms over the ages. The wonder of evolution. At first, in the expansive oceans, they spawned primordial marine life. They observed, seldom interfering, watching as life began to vary, expand, change. For these beings, the wait for the first of the creatures to crawl onto the shore was but a fleeting moment, and soon the creatures had evolved to be far more complex, acting off their own volition. This went on, and here we are. Humanity. Mankind bred, had families, expanded, and built their settlements. Again, for living things to think for themselves, the being had to share their well of thought. So as the 9 watched from out of view, seeing the good, the evil, and all in between emerge from the minds of humanity, it began to take a toll on them. Their great mind became tainted, imprinted with the ideas, thoughts, and memories of all humankind, and as they advanced further than they could have imagined, eons passed, and one by one the 9 beings began to perish in body. They traveled to remote and quiet places before their deaths. While only bones remain, they live on, inside the well of thought. Well, though I transcribed his words, I doubted each and every one. How many men had proclaimed their dogmatic truths, all claiming to speak the words of a deity, taking themselves for prophets? Such is our single-mindedness. For the beings, inventing life, free to act on its own, was their greatest mistake. For while they hold unimaginable power even now, they are not all-powerful, and their sea of thoughts, while unfathomably vast, is not infinite, and each day it comes to be tainted, broken down purely through the mere action of thinking. So the fate of humanity has come to be that one day they will have run dry the great well, and it will cease to exist, leaving all living things as beings of perception, nothing more. Egos will fade into nothingness, individuality forgotten. No more will be born new memories, nor thoughts, nor ideas, nor concepts. All that have existed throughout history will vanish, leaving humanity to roam aimlessly as mindless beings, acting purely out of instinct. We would hear, see, smell, and feel all, but comprehend or remember nothing. Well, admittedly, I was impressed with the tale. Yet again, mankind would condemn itself to eternal torment, as is proclaimed in so many faiths. Perhaps there was an inherent loathing for those of our kind as we walk amongst them. Yeah, we sure love weaving narratives about apocalypse and Armageddon. Something was missing, though. What exactly had Domimikar, Yerhemi, and the others devoted themselves for? What good was worship in the face of the inevitable? So, I asked, what's the point of all this then? Your faith and how you insist on it. Why, if we're all damned anyway? Well, he replied, seeming to already know I would ask this. It is the fate that is concrete no longer. Our founder encountered one of the 9 in these hills, the skull of whom you have already witnessed, acting as a gateway of communication to the rest above, in the well of thought. I understand that our practice may seem rather brutal, but rest assured that those who commune are not in pain or even discomfort, after the initial rite at least, but that is a passing agony. Their minds are offered to the great well, and they remain in communion for as long as needed. When the pure white flames spout from their empty skulls, that is when they are truly ready to enter unity. So they are offered. There they remain alongside the 9, quietly assisting as angels of humanity. When the time comes, we will wipe clean the slate, purge the sea of all thought, and start anew. The angels will guide humanity in rebuilding their societies, ideas, and connections. And I would hope that when the need arises once more in the distant future, our descendants will follow in our steps. I cannot say when this will happen, but the well runs dry, and it may come sooner than we believed. While even holding my skepticism, I couldn't help but shudder at the notion. To reduce every person to a mindless animal, then rebuild from the ground up. Every last memory of life, of friends and family, lost. Language, forgotten. If hypothetically this was all true, the plan Domimikar described did seem infinitely better than the alternative. I looked over to Annie, whose legs carried her along, but her mind was somewhere else. Despite the story being concluded, she still seemed ensnared in all she'd just heard. Annie. Hey, broadsword calling Annie, boy, I said to her, lightly snapping my fingers. Well, this worked in pulling her back to the physical realm, and she shook her head and rubbed her eyes. I remembered only then about the spotlight thing we'd encountered before reaching this place. Hey, about this well thing. When we were coming up here, there was this huge beam of light coming out from these clouds. We were trying to fend off a mountain lion. This big spotlight darted out onto where we stood. Yeah, and it burned to a crisp. Domimikar was hesitant to answer, but relented. Yes, well, would you not hold some resentment for all those who caused your downfall and bodily death? We are exempt, of course, but there is hostility against all beings that gestate thoughts within them. The judgmental eye you witnessed indeed dissolved the very consciousness of this animal, a thing bound so tightly to the body that removal leads to annihilation. That is why we are blessed, as the well allows us to persist, despite this separation of flesh and self. And that was all he was willing to share, apparently. He led us on silently, before we realized we were back at the skull room again. My memory isn't photographic, but I could tell that the monks had not budged a single millimeter from before. The memories flooded back, and I slowed my pace cautiously. I have a proposition, Domimikar announced. I am willing to permit you a fleeting glance into the eyes of the receptors here. I do not imagine you'll be able to remain for long, but I must offer you this as a courtesy. Do you accept? I was wary, but to my surprise, Annie jumped at the opportunity. There was a glint of something in her eyes that I didn't recognize, something I couldn't help but think was not herself. I stood contemplating as she was led over and sat down between the others. Dumimaka crouched and leaned in close, cupping her head and whispering something to her. At this, her back straightened, head upright, and she was still. He rose to his feet, then positioned himself so that he was directly behind her. His hand raised into a peculiar gesture, and after only a second he said, "Good. Once more, then." A couple of his fingers curled up, then once more he said, "Good." After this strange interaction, Dumimaka turned to face me, swiveling gracefully on his heels. "Well, will you join your friend?" I didn't like this, but I'd come too far to pass off the chance to validate any of these wild claims. I was so stupid to doubt it all despite what I'd already witnessed. But this contradiction irked me, so I accepted. Dumimaka took my hand and led me over, beside Annie. I sat down, crossed my legs, and closed my eyes. I could feel him come down to my level, and he whispered to me what I'd previously not heard. "Become one. The mind is fluid. Yours is yours, but also all, and so all is yours. Set free the bounds of your thoughts. Peer into your true nature." As the last word was spoken, an electric feeling shot up my spine like nothing I'd ever felt before. I could feel it course through every single path of neurons, every portion of my brain ignited with a shock of newly found energy. The more intense it grew, and I felt the edges of my mind dissolve, the way the rubber peels away after a water balloon is popped. My eyes opened. Actually, it was more like I no longer had eyelids to hold closed. I found myself elevated, higher up. Confused, I turned and looked down only to see my cross-legged body upon the polished floor. Dumimaka already stood behind it, holding up his hand in yet another odd sign. For some reason, it occurred to me to count the fingers he held aloft. 1, 2, 3, 4. "Very good," he exclaimed, and the realization dawned on me what the purpose of this was. To make sure that I was indeed separated from my corporeal form. His fingers fluttered, so he now held up 7. I counted. "Marvelous. It is now time for you to see our patron." Suddenly, it was as if I was rocketed upwards, far into the heavens above. All I saw was white at first, till the feeling of G's pulling on myself ceased and my vision cleared. In front of me was a vast plain, rippling like the ocean surface. Unlike the previous whiteness, it was mottled, sullied with sickening hues of green, purple, brown, like endless patches of bruise and rot eating away at the reality where I stood. Well, it would be inaccurate to say where, because all at once I saw it from an infinity of angles and positions, as if I were peering inwards into my own consciousness. Memories from places unknown filtered through me, and I remembered lives I'd not lived, names that were not mine, parents and children I'd never known. It occurred to me that I wasn't really sure on which of them were mine anymore, unable to distinguish between my own experiences and those of people who died long before my birth. Even so, all these memories were fleeting. Not one stayed for more than a moment before being replaced by another. I was Shakespeare writing Macbeth. A bullet traversed my brain as Abraham Lincoln. I hunted a mammoth with crudely made spears. I felt a scream, but with no body, I heard nothing. A tingling sensation overcame me in that moment, one of irretrievable loss that burned at the fringe of my psyche, stirring all that I was in a cognitive melting pot. Again, the sudden acceleration hit me. Before I knew it, my eyes were open and I finally heard my own screams. So bright, I felt blinded, like a flashbang had gone off in my face. A harsh stench hit me then. Something burning. The seething heat that engulfed my face demanded my attention, and I could see fragments of the room through my hazy glare. I wasn't blinded. Bright, pale flames were rocketing out of my eyeballs, singeing off eyelashes and the tuft of hair that hung over my forehead. I smacked at the fire wildly with panicked whimpers, all I could manage at the time with the equally intense blaze spewing from my mouth. My face felt like it would melt away if this went on. Domimikar was at my side, and through some esoteric practice, the flames dissipated. I sat in wide-eyed terror for a long time, before coming back to myself. The smell of burnt hair hung around us, and I could already feel the stinging pain over my face, lips and eyelids raw. As feeling returned, I remembered. Annie. I whipped round to my right, fearing the worst, but saw her with the most serene look on her face, not an ember to be seen. And how could she be so peaceful in that place? I felt the question escape my lips without realizing I'd spoken. Yes, she seems to be well attuned, doesn't she? It's rare to see such an affinity at first communion. Exceptional, Domimikar exclaimed. Yeah, it does seem that way. Well, I'm sorry for your experience, friend. I shan't ask any more of you. She didn't return for a few minutes. Supposedly, I was only there for about 10 seconds. But in that place, that span felt like countless lifetimes condensed into a single moment. I couldn't fathom it, and I didn't want to be honest. We must have spoken for a long time as we walked before, as the sun had already started its descent. We were led back to our guest room, all the while Annie spouting revelations and realizations that meant nothing to me. In my eyes, she was speaking complete nonsense, things so far-fetched that I had trouble understanding what she even meant. From what I could tell, it was like she'd been somewhere else entirely, in comparison to what I'd seen, that is. The abrupt change disturbed me. She seemed almost a different person. But God, I'm so tired now. My eyes are begging to close as I write this, despite the swollen blisters over my face that burn more with every passing minute. Well, hopefully I can sleep uninterrupted tonight. We'll leave tomorrow, I'm sure of it. I can't imagine anything else Domimikar could possibly have to show us. I already know that I won't be returning as the one who came here, but I refuse to lose any more. I'm worried more for Annie than for myself. I don't like how she was acting. Her words sounded from someplace else. Yes, right. First thing tomorrow, we're gone. Now if we make it out, expect an update later tomorrow. Part 5. I'm standing out in my garden at home. It's sunny, but the clouds start to roll in, and quickly the weather becomes overcast. Something's wrong. Long strands start falling from the sky above, reaching down towards me. I try to move, try to run, try to do anything at all, but I can't move. They grab me and hoist me up. I'm pulled upwards, further and further, into the newly born blanket of gloomy clouds. Above me, the upside-down surface of a lake approaches at great speed before I'm plunged into it and pulled through. I hang in a great abyss, held still by unseen forces. God, it's so cold. Things move around me in the murk, but I can't make out their shapes. They approach, curiously, and grow bolder. They reach out, nipping at my body. More and more start to attack, each time stealing away a tiny part of my body. The assaults increase. Larger and larger parts of me are torn away and lost to the haze around me. Yet even after the last fragment of my body is taken away, I remain. I see and hear everything as a being of perception alone. But I cannot look around. Non-existent limbs refuse to cooperate. No matter my yearning to scream, no sound is produced from a mouth that is no longer there. It's torment and infinity. Sorry, I had to write all that down first. Wouldn't want to forget such an astounding dream. Well, nightmare, really. As for the rest of this, I had a very hard time putting any of it onto paper. I seem to have recovered now, but forgive me if there are things I've missed out. Following that terrible dream, I woke up in a frenzied confusion. I felt terrible, foggy. Where was I? What was the time? The date? Who was I? Rubbing my head, legs hanging off the edge of the mattress, I looked around to see another empty bed. Was I here by myself, or was there someone else here? Someone else. Arthur. No. Angela. Annie. God, where was Annie? Through the haze, I somehow willed my brain into recalling who I'd come to this forsaken place with. I tried to stand up from the bed, but my legs buckled and I toppled onto hands and knees. The cool stone floor definitely gave me strength, dispelling some of the abhorrent mist that clouded in my head. Pushing myself back up with an effort that felt like the last rep of a push-up set, I found myself on my feet once more, albeit with wobbling knees. I reached a hand out to the wall to steady myself, and after gaining some composure, I was able to start walking. The door to this room hung wide open, but there was no one outside. God, Annie, where have they taken you? What are they doing to you? I stumbled and tripped down a seemingly endless hallway, and, like smoke or vapor, a man suddenly appeared in front of me. I bumped into him, but he caught me in his arms and hoisted me back up, both hands on my shoulders. My friend, are you okay? What are you doing? He said with a concerned tone. Who the hell was this guy? He had the weirdest haircut, like ripples on the surface of a pond, and wore the most dazzling robes. Any shadow that fell upon them was washed away in place of their vibrant colours. I tried to speak, but my native language had not yet come back in its entirety. Where am I? Where's Annie? The man shot me a quizzical look, then took my hand, turning around and leading me somewhere. I think it's time you leave, for your own well-being, or you will recover soon. I'll prepare a brew that should nurse you back into being. I don't remember the journey, but I found myself sitting on a bench with a steaming cup in my hand. It was hot, really hot, and I dropped it reflexively. The man was still with me, and without a word he filled another cup and placed it down next to me, clearing up the one that had just shattered on the ground. This time I waited to let the drink cool, and then drank half in one gulp. The warm sensation travelled into my stomach and was pleasant, and the effects of its contents were made apparent as clarity found me again and memories came flooding back. I groaned, took a few deep inhales, then got up and asked, please leave now? Domimoka? Absolutely. I should have sent you on your way yesterday, regrettably, but alas, here we are. Though before that, would you like to say your farewells? My farewells? Yeah, of course. Thanks for the hospitality, Oh, no, he interjected. I meant to your friend. A pang of adrenaline cut through me as I heard that. Why would I be saying farewell to Annie? Unless... No, what have you done? Where is Annie? I want to get her and leave. Where is she? Wordlessly, Domimoka beckoned me to follow. With no other choice, I complied, and after a short walk, we arrived back in the skull room, complete with its burning incense, polished floor, monks, and Annie. Oh God, Annie, no. Please. I was too late. I didn't recognize her at first, but I'd recognize that shade of brunette anywhere, tufts peeking out from underneath a funnel-shaped hat. No. Fuck no. Annie, how could you do this? I screamed, thrashing out of Dominica's grasp. Please stop this. I implore you. It was of her own choice to join us. Nothing was forced upon her. I don't believe you. How the fuck could you possibly have done this? My weakened legs carried me towards her, but again, that whistle sounded, and I was quickly restrained by a pair of brainless monks. I pulled, shouted, fought to escape, but it was no use. I think that's more than enough. The well speaks, and the presence of this man is welcome no more. Yer Hemi, please escort him out of here with haste. The other man, Yer Hemi, appeared from nowhere, from somewhere behind me, and took my arm in a grip of steel. It was unnatural strength from something else within him, something that shouldn't be there. No, stop. Let me take her, please. The whole time my head was turned backward, screaming out for Annie, even though I knew there was no possible scenario she could return with me. My throat was shredded by the time we arrived back at the entrance. There, Yer Hemi halted his march and turned to me with a grim expression. You must leave this place quickly. The great well covets you now. It has allowed you to peer inside it, but I can sense his revulsion to your gaze. Please run. Do not linger here 1 minute longer. In those final moments, I finally saw the pink scar tissue encircling his head. Before I had the time to properly understand this, he pushed me forward, jump-starting my muscles into action. I tumbled down the slope in dust and brittle leaves. From above sounded a soul-twisting vibration, and I dared not look. My descent was broken. I rolled across the ledge, the path I'd taken with Annie to reach this terrible place. All my limbs were scratched and scraped, but through a divine miracle, nothing was broken or sprained. My shoes scraped across the ground, gaining traction, and I ran with all the energy I had left. As I fled, the sun's light began to dim, and a dark front slid over the ground, stretching far away from me. Nothing could distract me now, booking it at full speed down the time-worn trail. Sounds like thunder erupted from far above, an awful crackling resonance that penetrated flesh and bone. Lungs screamed, muscles burned. But none of that mattered. Even if I never walked again, I would absolutely choose that over being taken by incomprehensible madness, the same one whose eyes were now on me. Without warning, my foot caught on something, and I rolled head over heels, gashing my cheek on a sharp stone in the process. I forced through the dizziness and turned to sit upright. A mistake. Oh, what a mistake. In doing so, I'd unwillingly turned around to face back from where I came. I tripped over some strange black object. And it hit me then, what had hindered my escape. It was the same blackened, seared corpse of the mountain lion from days before. No more white flames this time, but I don't know why, but I looked up. I immediately regretted this decision, as I saw those dark grey coils tighten around each other in a way that made my head ache. They condensed, twisted, and grew impossibly until a colossal blanket smothered the midday sky. It dwarfed the formation we'd seen before, tenfold larger in size and span. I didn't want to acknowledge it, but the cerebral shape of the formation was obvious now. And then they parted. Like Moses parting the Red Sea, the great cloud separated down the middle. What I thought to be sunlight was re-emerging, clawing its way out of the dark mass. But it wasn't sunlight. It wasn't anything close. The sky between the clouds cracked and splintered, and it ruptured. A vast split cleaved apart the heavens, widening into a gaping fissure, leading to somewhere else entirely. It was so bright. God, it felt like staring into a military flashlight, and to shield my eyes from certain damage. The colorless void stirred. Out of the fractured sky, uncountable strands fell out like dangling ropes. Only they were huge, unfathomably so. They danced about the orange peaks like pale snakes. But they weren't. They were that same pure, blinding flame that had plagued this journey. and every single one slithered through the air towards me. Every last one. They were distant still, but even then I could feel the radiating hunger that wanted to eat all that I was, everything I'd ever known. They let out a shriek, which was retorted by a deafening wail, a sound that was the embodiment of the collective despair of tortured minds. I hated it so much. Nothing since has come close to instilling the raw terror that I had in that moment. I scrambled to my feet and turned, almost falling again as my feet slipped on the ground. At that time, I could have beaten a champion sprinter, doped by pure adrenaline. But I feared that I'd not been soon enough as I felt a weight, something of substance, crawling out from my eyes and ears, caught in the gravity of my pursuer. The skin on my face bubbled, small patches sloughing away with my air resistance. To this day, I've never felt such a scathing heat, as if the flames of Lucifer himself were reaching out to me, lapping at my soul. Dreading the loss of anything else, my mind went blank as all power was directed to my legs. My feet were in agony, slapping down on rocks and dust over and over, and my chest felt tight. I would still rather die from a heart attack than be caught up. I felt my consciousness slipping, blotches covering my vision like I'd stared at the sun for too long. I didn't slow down one bit, though. It's like my body had entered full autopilot. As the red and purple spots spread over my sight, I heard words spoken to me. Well, not spoke, more like something had hijacked my internal monologue in order to convey itself. Not return, not yet, for thyself is sweet and succulent, to be savoured, long as it be. That's all I could remember in any meaningful way. Invasive thoughts of oblivion swam about my head, and at this point I was practically blind. I don't remember much of the next part. There were several blinks in perception, and each time I caught glimpses, vague outlines of new surroundings. The blinks became less frequent, and I came back to full lucidity to find myself teetering on the edge of a steep hill. I'd learned not to look and see what was behind now, so I shot down the slope, almost skating with my trainers like skis. An intense flash of light hit my eyes, and I feared for the worst, but it went as quickly as it had come. Clenching my eyelids a couple of times to clear my vision, I could see that the light had been reflected off of a vehicle's hood. A grey Range Rover. Annie's Range Rover. It didn't even register to me at first that it was likely I didn't have the keys. In fact, I wasn't even aware of the pack slung over my back until I slowed to a stop and felt its weight. I tore it off, unzipping to reveal the contents. No tent, of course, but I still had my notepad and laptop, mostly undamaged by some miracle. A few wires, empty wrappers, no key. My heart dropped, but I persisted and shook the bag up and down. There was definitely something rattling in there, and I remembered the pouch on the side of the bag. The lip was hidden at first, but I reached in and grasped something cold and hard. I'm not saying I would live through all of that again to experience the same feeling, but the unadulterated, euphoric relief that rushed over me was incomparable. I did indeed have the keys to the Rover. Not skipping a beat, I fumbled to unlock the driver's side door and clambered inside. The first comfortable seat in hours. I sat there for a good 10 minutes before I even considered starting her up, letting my pulverized joints recover. It'd be a real shame to die in a car accident after only just escaping with my life and sanity. I won't bore you detailing the drive, but I felt a deep sense of regret the whole way home. Surely I could have done something to save Annie. I mean, she didn't have any brain to speak of now, but I feel that killing her would have been a mercy. It kills me to know that she's still out there somewhere, in the clutches of that thing. The shock started its onset barely 5 minutes from home. The burning pain radiating across my face was subdued. I just about managed to get back and park safely. I exited the car and opened my front door, stepping inside with total vacancy. I made it a few steps into the living room before, ultimately, my legs gave out and I collapsed from exhaustion. I woke up later, seeing it had already started to grow dark outside. For a blissful moment, I was spared the memories of all that had happened. That was short-lived, though, and as it came rushing back, my eyes widened and I jumped up off the floor. I called 911 and requested an officer. Who could have guessed to see Davis standing on my porch after opening the door to urgent-sounding knocks? I explained everything. Well, not everything in truth. I wasn't even sure if I could understand half of what I'd witnessed. I didn't want to come across as batshit crazy while giving a formal report, even if it was to Davis. I think he could tell I needed the rest and told me he'd come back tomorrow to discuss further. A missing persons report was filed immediately, since we'd already been out on the trail for a few days, and a recovery team was sent to the Salt Point Trails. Well, the case was kept confidential, so I don't really know much beyond that. I even felt a pang of guilt, having them sent out to that place, in case they might also never come back. But what I do know is they never found Annie. Not that it surprised me. Even if they did, she might as well be dead, and likely would be if she ever left that place. I never want to go back there. Ever. The fear of losing your entire self, all that composes you, is something I've never come to terms with. It's a feeling of unimaginable loss, becoming irretrievable in the hands of something old and something hungry. Still, I've tried to look into the place over and over again. There's nothing on satellite images. But the strangest thing is that no matter how hard I try to remember, to try and remind myself of where it was or exactly how to get there, I never learn anything. It's like the knowledge is permanently lost. Like even if I were to dedicate every day of the rest of my life to discovering it, I'd turn up empty-handed. Empty-headed, rather. That in itself terrifies me no end. The fact that something so trivial as a location is now forbidden, my mind repelling any attempts to relearn the whereabouts. I know where the Salt Point Trails are, where the car was parked, but beyond that, I cannot fathom. I would write for Annie here the whole "if you're out there" thing, but I know in my heart that she will never find rest. Only eternal dissolution, the total loss of everything unique and dear to her. One could see it as a hell of sorts, to be an undying being of unbiased perception, knowing and remembering all from everywhere, but without the ability to solidify any of those thoughts or memories. Well, I don't think I'm going to try and sell this story after all. It'd be an insult to my partner in crime, but even disregarding that, it would just read as a jumbled mess of nonsensical events, likely the deranged hallucinations of a sun-stricken man. So, I think I'll just keep this here. This is a warning. There's something deep in the hills of Utah, and it's not benevolent. It's unnatural, a deceiver between the peaks. This is not just a piece of creative writing here. If you were to encounter whatever's out there, you'll wish you'd never been born. Endless non-existence is child's play in the face of this. I don't think anything I was told there was true. Or maybe but a heavily warped truth. One that even the monks themselves could not see through. I fear for them all, that beyond a shadow of doubt, they have been deceived. What else can I say? If you ever find yourself deep in the hiking trails of Utah or anywhere else, and you see alien clouds whirling in the sky, turn around, never look back, and do your best to forget. There's nothing there worth investigating. It's not worth it.